All right, it's now 4 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and open this meeting, call to order this meeting, regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council for Wednesday, April 10 of 2024.
And I will call to order this meeting, the Camarillo Sanitary District, regular meeting Wednesday, April 10th, 2024.
And Madam Clerk, may we get a roll call for both bodies, please?
Of course. Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Here.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kilby.
Here.
And Mayor Tremblay.
Here.
Director Kilby.
Here.
Director Martinez Bravo.
Here.
Director Tremblay.
Here.
Secretary Tennyson.
Here.
And Chair Santangelo.
Here.
All right, that was just to make sure we were all here twice over. So we're just testing everyone. All kidding aside. Madam City Attorney, could you please walk us through our items that we're going to recess into closed session concerning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. On the council agenda, we have 3 items that are listed on the agenda for 2 existing litigation matters. One is OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon. The second matter is Ventura County Citizens against Mega Gas versus the City of Camarillo. And then we have 1 item for anticipated litigation, and there's 1 case for that. As it relates to the Camarillo Sanitary District, we have 2 items that are listed on the agenda of 2 existing litigation matters, which is the Camarillo Sanitary District versus Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Camarillo Sanitary District versus the State Water Resources Control Board. And if I have any reportable action, I will make that report later.
All right, the record will reflect, Susan, it's okay with the both bodies, both City Council and Sanitary District will recess into closed session, and we'll both be reconvening at 5 o'clock. All right, we're coming back into, the city council is convening back into open session. Actually, yeah, let's call the sanitary district order first, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to reconvene the sanitary district. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. And shall we have a flag salute? Dr. Martinez Bravo, will you lead us in the flag salute?
Sure. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Having a few technical difficulties here. Okay, that brings us down to our agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Are there any general public comments for the Camarillo Sanitary District? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve that?
I'll move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Shall we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Kildy?
Yes.
Director Martinez Bravo?
Yes.
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Secretary Tennyson?
Yes.
And Chair Santangelo.
Yes. That passes unanimously. And that brings us to, we don't have any discussion items tonight. That brings us to board and staff comments and reports. Are there any? Seeing none, we have a closed session report.
There was no reportable action taken with the sanitary district. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn.
Okay, I'll now call the city council back and reconvene. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Any changes to the agenda at all? Hearing none. Let's start with, are there any staff comments, reports? Hearing none. Let's go with council comments. Who would like to start council comments? Mr. Tennyson.
I will be quick. March 29th, I had the opportunity to attend the Ventura County Criminal Justice Training Center Academy graduation to see several brand-new police officers and deputy sheriffs that may end up patrolling Camarillo at some point. It's always a very impressive graduation after 24 to 26 weeks of intensive training. On April 4th, I attended the general membership meeting of RDP. And on April 4th, I attended the administrative committee meeting for VCOG.
Vice Mayor Kildee?
Yes, Transportation Infrastructure Committee today, we actually met with the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park Board Ad Hoc Committee. And with concurrence of the council, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of my friend Ron Harrington tonight, and I'll have more to say later on in the meeting, if that's permissible with my colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, that will be the case. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Santangelo?
Thank you. On April 3rd, I attended the Policy Committee. April 4th, CPA Board of Directors meeting. Last evening, I was honored to be a judge for the Lions Club speech tournament for high school students. Boy, these kids are amazing. They spoke. I can't even explain how great speakers they are and how amazing they were. So I was really happy to be part of that. And this morning, I met along with the mayor, the Healthy Camarillo Ad Hoc Committee. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. March 28th, I attended the Transportation and Infrastructure meeting with Councilmember Kildee. On April 8th, I attended a housing overview and update with our staff, and I wanted to thank Senior Planner James Fowler and David Sanchez and David Moe for putting that together. It was an excellent presentation. Thank you for that. April 9th, I was also able to do a finance and investment meeting recap with Director of Finance, Mark Rebitz. So thank you so much, Mark, for that. And that is it for me.
Okay. Let's see. For me, on March 29, I had a Metrolink Board of Directors meeting in Los Angeles. On April 2, I attended the Medicine Lockbox event for saving lives. On April 5, I had a Ventura County Transportation Commission meeting. Last Saturday, April 6th, I did a sidewalk session in Old Town with Assemblymember Irwin. And then today, 2 meetings, one with with Vice Mayor Kildee on the, with Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District, an ad hoc committee meeting, and then with Councilmember Santangelo relative to Healthy Camarillo. 2 quick announcements. One, just want to be sure that all the council members are aware that the Board of Directors for Metropolitan Water District of Southern California yesterday approved a number of increases in their rates. First of all, an increase in their ad valorem property tax rate for their portion of the ad valorem property tax bill assessment. And then secondly, an 11% increase in the full service rate for treated water, which is the only kind of water coming to Camarillo through the Cayugas Municipal Water District, and that's for 2025, and 10% for 2026. So both of those rates were substantial. You recall that the city, I did send a letter to them about 8 or 10 days ago, objecting to the rate increase. At that time, the proposed rate increase was at 30% for treated water. So the Met Board also indicated that they were going to work with their member agency staff and their water task force to look at the treatment surcharge and look at how it's calculated. So we may not have heard the last of it yet, but these are substantial increases. And of course, I mean, to be fair, we're going to have to go through our own set of calculations in terms of potential rate increases too on our water utility for next year. Also this morning, EPA, United States EPA, distributed or released their final rule for 6 different PFAS. And no one has really had the time to look at that and look what the potential implications of that are. But I think I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Colazzo and from Public Works staff at some point, maybe a presentation to council on what, if any, specific impact there will be from this new final rule for PFAS issued by EPA. Goodness knows it's been pending now for 18 to 24 months, but at a minimum, as a public water system, we're going to have to monitor for those 6 different forms of PFAS and complete some initial monitoring and do ongoing compliance monitoring. And then if we have drinking water levels that exceed the MCLs, then we have to take some affirmative action. So at some point, maybe we could have just a status report back on that from Public Works. Do I need to ask for that as an agenda item? Can I get somebody to second that so we could have a report back on the PFAS? Thank you all. Vice Mayor Kildee.
Just one really quick comment. I want to thank you for the letter to Metropolitan. I thought it was very well written.
Thank you.
And I think it was impactful as well.
Thank you.
It's a work in progress, as these usually are.
It's a work in progress.
But very well written letter.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, with that, we've got consent calendar items D through L. Does anybody want to pull anything?
I have a question.
Actually, it's D through K. L is a public hearing item, right? That's not on consent.
That's correct.
I was looking at this. It's D through K. Does anybody want to pull anything D through K? Vice Mayor Kildee.
I don't necessarily want it pulled. I did have a conversation with Mark Uribe, our finance director, and I just have a question. It's on item F. And Mark, feel free to jump in here with this. My question is that I'm not opposed to this. I think it's something that most likely needs to happen. However, as it's been explained to me, it's somewhat of a work in progress here. I think there needs to be some sort of a cap or some sort of a not-to-exceed amount that we spend on these. And that's specifically why the first time when we had the ordinance there, because there was more requests than money that we had to give, so we thought, okay, we'll tie it into some sort of a funding to say, okay, this is the amount of money that we've got. I understand what they're trying to do to open it up to more folks. My only question is that in my opinion, we need to keep kind of talking about this and get some sort of an amount not to exceed level. So Mark, I don't know if you want to chime in on anything like this or not, but yeah.
If appropriate, yes. I think your comments are correct. The revisions to the policy that you see on this consent calendar item are an effort to align with the city council objective of opening up more opportunities for financial support to nonprofit organizations within the community. This change that you're looking at tonight removes a calculation that set a limit for the amount of funding available. What we are continuing to look at, per council members' comments, are some type of a range, setting a range for amounts to each applicant as a suggestion. But there are ways to fine-tune this policy based on council's discretion of the amount of funding that we want to make available. Right now, this takes away the limit of the entire amount of funding available to all agencies, but the discussion moving forward will be whether or not to establish some kind of a range or a limit per organization. So further discussions on that.
All right. I know we still have a consent calendar to do. Let's do this, because I then have a follow-up question, but can we do this first? Let's take, are there any other items other than F that anybody had a question on? All right, if I could ask council to do this, let's look at D, the D through K with the exception of F. Could I hear a motion to approve that on consent?
I will second.
Or we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kilby,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. Now, if we could come back to item F and the Vice Mayor's question, and I guess just as one follow-up question, Mr. Uribe, do you anticipate, and Mr. Ramirez, do you anticipate bringing something back to us along the lines of what Vice Mayor Kilby has talked about, perhaps in conjunction with our new fiscal year budgeting effort? Or what timing would you expect coming back to us with something on that?
That's precisely what we would do, is bring this back to you as part of our, this year's budget process.
For fiscal year 24-25?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Tennyson.
I just have a comment. This removes the formulaic method of determining how much we give. It doesn't take discretion from council. Finance committee meets, makes a recommendation to council, and then it comes before us during the budget study session each year. So it doesn't remove our discretion on how much we're going to give away. It just gives us greater opportunity to fund some of these community projects in Camarillo, but we still have the final say as a full council. So I'm comfortable with the policy as it's written now, because it takes three of us to move forward on any of these grants.
Any other, Vice Mayor Kilby?
Yeah, I wanted that clarification because the current council, we kind of know what potentially can and can't happen on this, but I wouldn't want it to be open-ended. I'd like to have some sort of a dialogue to say, okay, this is the kind of the range of amount of money that we've got to spend on this. I totally support opening it up for more nonprofits. I think that's a really good idea. Where my uncomfortability was is that it kind of looked to me like a blank check. Having heard all that, knowing that it is going to come before our budget period here, that we will be able to continue to have the dialogue and try to land on a number that there's comfortability with the council. So that's why I brought this up.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, do I hear a motion on that item?
I'll move approval of item F.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kilby,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
Yes. Record will reflect that was approved on a unanimous vote, as was the preceding item on consent calendar. That brings us now to item L. Am I correct on this? It looks like it's
Yes.
different on this sheet, Madam Clerk. Okay, so it's item L, and it's on the proposed zoning ordinance amendment to Camarillo Municipal Code, and I believe Mr. Fowler, well, okay, we have, oh, this looks like a co-presentation. All right,
Well,
welcome aboard.
we're so blessed to have Tanner Shelton, a contract planner, to be presenting today, so I'm happy to hand it over to Tanner.
Great, welcome aboard.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Tanner Shelton. I'm with Jensen Design and Survey. We've had the great pleasure of serving as contract support staff to your wonderful team you have in the Community Development Department. Tonight, I'm here. The city is considering a proposed zoning ordinance amendment to Camarillo Municipal Code to eliminate and replace the plan review procedure established in Chapter 19.67, which is currently only required in the rural exclusive, that's the RE residential zone. Before the council this evening is a recommendation of a proposed ordinance amending certain sections of Title 19 related to the plan review procedure. The plan review procedure established by Chapter 19.67 provides a review process that's distinct from a zoning clearance for permitted developments not requiring a conditional use permit, plan development permit, or other discretionary entitlement. The original intent of this chapter was to create a purposeful mechanism to ensure that projects not requiring discretionary entitlements complied with the city's expectations for contextually appropriate and high-quality development. As the city's zoning ordinance and land use regulations gradually evolved over time, the only zoning designation still requiring the utilization of the plan review process is the RE zone, the rural exclusive zone. The plan review process was gradually replaced in all other zones across the city by administrative review mechanisms. This includes all the city's other residential zoning designations, the R1 and RPD zones. The plan review process is summarized by the flow chart on the PowerPoint to my right here. Any applicant applying for a permitted use by right in the RE zone is currently required to follow this procedure. First, on the far left, an application is filed with the city. Applicants must comply with the city's lengthy submittal requirements for plan review applications, which are more similar to those required for discretionary entitlements like a conditional use permit or a plan development permit. Upon receipt of an application, city staff must circulate the application to all city departments for review and for comment. Upon receipt of comments from city departments, city staff evaluates the project for compliance with applicable development standards. City staff then prepares a staff report and findings of fact as is required by the Camarillo Municipal Code. The Community Development Director can then either approve or conditionally approve the proposed project. The decision of the Community Development Director is final unless appealed. Any plan review decision can be appealed to the Planning Commission and then on to City Council if desired by the appellant. The permitted uses in the RE zone that are subject to this process include minor items like patio covers, auxiliary buildings such as garages, and small residential additions. City staff estimates that a code-compliant patio cover typically takes about 3 weeks from the date of submittal to process through the plan review process. In contrast, if someone were to propose the same patio cover in the R1 zone, we could approve that permit over the counter the day they apply for it. Staff believes that this timeline is burdensome for applicants, especially when an equivalent structure in the R1 zone could be approved much quicker administratively. Therefore, staff is recommending that the plan review process be replaced with an administrative zoning clearance process that is the same as those utilized in other residential zones across the city. The proposed review process is summarized by this flowchart. A zoning clearance will be required for the construction of any building or structure, or the reconstruction or modification of any building or structure. Such zoning clearances will be reviewed administratively by city staff, like zoning clearances in all other zones. In order to issue a zoning clearance, city staff will ensure that the proposed development's architectural design, including the proposed color, texture, materials, and massing, is both internally compatible to the site and other adjoining uses and structures, and those surrounding the property as well, including neighboring lots. This proposed provision will retain the city's ability to ensure robust and thorough review in a manner that's similar to the current plan review process, but eliminates some of the more cumbersome portions of the plan review process that take both staff time and applicant time. As I've mentioned, the proposed zoning ordinance amendment will eliminate the plan review process entirely throughout the Camarillo Municipal Code. While the plan review process is only utilized in the RE zone currently, several historic legacy references are sprinkled throughout the CMC, including the zoning standards for the R1, RPD, and M1 zones. Staff is proposing that these references to Chapter 19.67 be modified as part of this effort to ensure internal consistency within the zoning ordinance. These proposed changes are summarized on this slide. As I previously mentioned, the proposed zoning ordinance amendment will not impact the current procedures in any zone except for in the RE zone. In addition to the changes related to the plan review process, staff is proposing a correction to Camarillo Municipal Code Chapter 19.44, off-street parking. On February 14th, 2024, the City Council adopted Ordinance 2018, an omnibus ordinance implementing various amendments to the Camarillo Municipal Code in response to all the state law that's been coming out of Sacramento. Due to an oversight by staff resulting from concurrent work on multiple ordinances amending the CMC, Ordinance 2018 unintentionally overwrote two changes to the CMC created by Ordinance 2007 related to parking calculations. Staff is proposing that this error be corrected alongside the proposed elimination of the plan review process. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions, as is James Fowler, Senior Planner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Before I call for open it for public hearing, are there any questions of staff? Vice Mayor Kildee.
Thanks for being here. What's the downside if we don't approve this? In other words, I'm all about, streamlining.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm not about is, shoddy workmanship, things that don't fit, various things of that nature. So I guess the concern I've got is that you're saying that you could get, let's just say, same-day approval, which can or may or may not be a good thing. My concern with that is that we don't lower our quality standards here with that. That is it more that there's just all these unnecessary hoops that we have to jump through now, that if we do approve this, technically we won't have to? Or is it still going to give time to say, look, this is a really high quality project? And obviously what we want to do here, we want people, and I'll take the patio cover, we want people to come down to get approval of the patio cover, right? We don't want, Fred out there with his hammer just doing it at midnight, right? We don't really want that. So we want to get approval on that. So one would think that this is a long ascertained to a very short question here. But bottom line is we want to get compliance here. We want to get people comfortable to go in and get the permit, right? Mm-hmm. But we don't want, a project that is not within code. So I guess bottom line is this going to be able to ensure us that we're still going to have the same quality that we've had, in decades here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Certainly warranted. I think the provision in there that we still have to find that it's a high-quality architectural design, it meets any applicable city design standards, and is compatible with the surrounding uses and stuff will still allow us a degree of discretion to ensure that what we're getting is a high-quality product. And to clarify, not everything will be able to be turned around within a day. Obviously, a minor thing like a patio cover, we would be intending to do that. More complex projects will take a little bit longer for staff to be reviewing. It's also worth noting that in no way does this proposed ordinance amendment prevent HOAs and other design review bodies that may be required within a subdivision, through CCNRs or through an HOA, from also being able to review the project. So if staff has anything else to add.
Now, there was some talk that there may be less cost. Is that an accurate statement, that there may be less cost for this?
Yeah, and I actually have those numbers here, and I will pull them out for you, just so I'm giving you an accurate representation of what the difference in cost is. And bear with me, because I do have a stack of paper here of things we've been redlining. Here it is right here. So the current RE process cost approximately in between $572 to $1,716 for applicants. The proposed process to go to a administrative review, cost would range between $128 and $812.
So that's somewhat significant monies, is that fair to say?
Yeah,
No,
I would think so.
okay. That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions from council members at this point? All right, hearing none, we're going to open the public hearing on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the city council with respect to this item? Going once? All right, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's bring it back to council. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'll make the motion. Everybody knows now I had some pretty significant issues. You know, bottom line to me is to try to get people as comfortable as they can to go down to the city and get permits for this. And I think this is a step in the right directions that may help us. And I think it's also beneficial that it'll be less cost here. So my questions have been answered on that. So with that, I'll approve the recommendation here. Make a motion.
As a motion, all right, great. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'm not sure. I think the tie goes to the runner. Does it go to, okay, Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Santangelo. Okay.
Take it.
We'll take the second. All right. Good thing we're in baseball season.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tennyson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kildy,
Yes.
and Mayor Tremblay.
And with thanks to staff for a good report and good presentation, yes. All right, that matter will conclude then on a 5-0 vote. Record will reflect unanimous approval of that item. That then brings us to our 6 o'clock calendar. The only difficulty is we're not yet at 6 o'clock. So we're going to recess between now and 6 p.m. And at 6 p.m., we will come back for general public comments on items not on the agenda, and then go to our primary discussion item on the 6 o'clock docket, which is with respect to Camarillo Airport. Until then, we're in recess. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene this April 10, 2024 regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Record will reflect that all members are present. It is delightful to see so many people here tonight. We appreciate very much you coming. First thing up at 6 o'clock is our general public comments for any items that are not on tonight's agenda. I have one speaker card for an item that's not on the agenda. If there are any other, if there's anybody else who wishes to be recognized for a non-agenda item, now would be the time to turn in a speaker card to our clerk. Christy, if you could wave your hand, okay? And then I will also call later if there are, we have many speaker cards relative to the airport item, but I will also call folks for additional public speakers. All right, it is now general public comments on items not on the agenda, and I'd like to call on, and please forgive me, I'm even wearing my glasses. I believe it's Mr. Montakasu? Martin? Please. Thank you. That shows my lack of reading skills on the comment card, so forgive me, Mr. Mason. So just so a general point before you start, all speakers have 3 minutes. Usually we time this out. Christy, there's a clock that is ordinarily going, so, and after 3 minutes I have to bring it to a close. Please.
I wish to address the City Council about a problem that's probably ongoing, but is getting worse and worse. And what I'm addressing is the speeding problem in this city, particularly my street, because I live on it. Quail Ridge has become, in Mission Oaks, has become a drag strip. So bad that I've got police slowed down on each side of my house with it lit up. It's on my own property. Some younger people speed by it on purpose. I even had somebody give me the sign of the times going by. I bought a speed gun just to check to see, but there's also a speed thing up on the pole, and a lot of people are making that thing blink over 33, 34 miles an hour like crazy. What I would like to ask the City Council is to check to see how many tickets are actually being given in Camarillo, not just for Quail Ridge, but for the whole city, because people don't understand one thing. They understand a $500 speeding ticket. That's about all they understand, and it's getting worse and worse, and I'm trying to hit it off before there's a bad accident. You know, even 25 miles an hour going down a street where somebody would back out of the driveway across the street is a little bit fast. But you talk about 30 or 35, that's really speeding. And I would like to ask something to be done about it. We can't probably qualify for speed bumps, and most people wouldn't want them because we don't have enough cars that actually go down the street. But I wish there was more opportunity for the speed officer with a speed gun to be there as much as possible, but at least a couple of times a month at different times so people know there's somebody watching them when they do speed. So whatever you can do, and maybe one of you can go on a ride-along with one of the patrolmen to see how many tickets are actually being given in the whole city of Camarillo. Because if there's not enough tickets being given, it's going to get worse and worse. And you already see on TV what's going on in LA. It's one of the biggest problems that causes bad accidents. I mean real bad accidents. Like when they hit that group of people, the group of cadets down in LA. But, you know, it's just getting bad. And it's getting worse all the time. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madison. This is an item not on the agenda, so we can't go into a discussion of it, but I want to assure you that the council and the Transportation Committee also looks at these issues closely, and we look at them in different areas. And what I'd like you to do, if you would, is share your thoughts with both Mr. Klotzel, can you raise who is our Public Works Director, and Commander Tennyson, so that they hear your experiences firsthand, and we can focus on that area. I personally am familiar with Quail Ridge, so I understand that, and thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address the council on the item not on the agenda tonight, not regarding Camarillo Airport? All right, hearing none, we'll finish up with that item. Now we're going to go to our discussion items, and it's item M, which is an update to the Camarillo City Council on the Camarillo Airport. Just I want to make a couple of opening comments. Again, thank you very much for being here. We're very appreciative that you took the time out of your evening to come and share your thoughts with us and listen to our discussion. It's an item that we specifically put on the agenda so we could have this public meeting and hear your thoughts. The order of presentation, just to give you a heads up as to what will occur, is we will have a presentation by our staff, and then any specific clarifying questions from council members. But then we're going to turn it over to public comment, and we'll hear from you in public comment, and then it will come back to the council for additional questions and discussion from the council. I have so far a pretty healthy stack of public speaker cards. And if you wish to, again, if you wish to add your name to this, Christy, if you could raise your hand, if you could please provide a speaker card to Ms. Buckstemper, our city clerk. But I will also call at that time, if you hadn't had a chance to and you wanted to speak near the end, I'll call again and see if there are any additional speakers. All right? All right, with that, Michelle, would you go ahead and start, please?
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. Thank you for requesting that staff add this conversation to the council agenda this evening. I'm here to acknowledge that the city of Camarillo is aware of questions and concerns from our community members about the Camarillo Airport. At your council's request, staff is here to share an update on 2 long-range planning processes that are currently underway for the Camarillo Airport and to correct misinformation that is circulating in the community. This is a
Excuse me, just a second. We have it, but, all right. Michelle, if there's any way to boost up that mic or come a little bit closer to the mic. No, and you're right. Thank you. It's not on. John, can you help out?
What about now?
No.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Let's maybe go to a handheld if we have one. Hold on. We'll get this fixed.
What about now?
That's better.
Okay, thank you.
But
did you hear everything I said before, or should I start over?
Why don't you start over?
Okay, great.
I always say
Thank
it's
you.
my best schoolyard voice. So anyway, okay, go ahead. Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, well, thank you and good evening. I'm here this evening to acknowledge that the city of Camarillo is aware of questions and concerns from some community members about the Camarillo Airport. At your council's request, staff is here to share an update on 2 long-range planning processes that are currently underway at the Camarillo Airport and to correct some misinformation that's been circulating through our community. This is a discussion item. It is not a public hearing. There's no decision to be made by the city council on the Camarillo Airport. However, we are encouraging you to allow public comment for this item, as you mentioned, Mayor. And if you desire, provide guidance or direction to the 2 council members who represent the city of Camarillo on the Airport Authority. So it's critical that we define the jurisdiction because there does seem to be some confusion amongst residents about who governs the Camarillo Airport. The city neither owns nor operates the Camarillo Airport. The airport is owned and operated by the County of Ventura. The Ventura County Department of Airports is responsible for the airport layout plan update and the Part 150 study, both of which are currently underway. And the Ventura County Board of Supervisors is the decision-making authority for all items involving the Camarillo Airport. In 1976, the city of Camarillo and the County of Ventura entered into a joint powers agreement for the operation of the Camarillo Airport. The agreement established that the city remains part of the Camarillo Airport Authority. The Airport Authority is an advisory body. They make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors has final decision-making authority on all matters at the Camarillo Airport. 2 of our Camarillo City Council members are currently Airport Authority members. That would be Mayor Tremblay and Councilmember Santangelo. And the slide up on the screen is just a screenshot from the County Department of Airports website that describes the purpose of the authority and lists all of the current members. The city maintains a long-standing agreement with the County of Ventura for the operation of the airport stemming back to 1976. The agreement was updated in 1985. It imposes restrictions on airport operations, including limiting the size of aircraft, limiting the hours of operation, and ensuring that the airport remains a general aviation airport, not a commercial airport. The agreement calls for the county and the city to achieve maximum mutual cooperation and maintain a balanced perspective in the operation of the airport. 2011 was the last time the county developed an airport master plan. In 2021, the county began an update to the airport master plan. Concerns arose from the initial presentation and from the public workshop, and the City Council was assertive in defending the 1976 agreement to ensure that the county was upholding it. In July of 2022, the county transitioned to an airport layout plan update. Community engagement has been a major part of the county's efforts on the ALP. The ALP is now in final draft form, and the public comment period is open now through May 10th. Since the start of the conversation on the master plan in 2021, the City Council and staff have been fully engaged in the County of Ventura, with the County of Ventura, to ensure that they're upholding the spirit of the 1976 agreement. The City Council voted unanimously during a special meeting in September of 2021 to hire Daniel Reamer to provide legal counsel to the city in regard to the Camarillo Airport, including assistance with issues relating to the 1976 agreement between the county and the city. The city engaged the county in ongoing discussions as to the current operation of the airport to ensure that the 1976 agreement was being upheld. On April 28th, 2021, the Camarillo City Council formed an ad hoc committee to review and discuss airport-related operations and issues. The City Council felt that the city's best approach in conversations with the county on this issue was to back up our position with a scientific survey. So we engaged a third-party consulting firm to prepare and implement a survey to take the temperature of our community and guide the council in their approach to conversations with the county. The community survey was discussed at a City Council meeting on June 23rd, 2021. The results were presented at the City Council meeting of January 12th, 2022. At that time, the city made a strong commitment to our community to be fully transparent and to keep residents informed of our progress, as well as the progress of the airport master plan when at that time it was planning on resuming. So we opened lines of communication with community members. We responded to hundreds of calls and emails. We created a trending topics page to track the city's progress on meeting with the county. We utilized this web page as a space to inform the community about the status of the master plan update when that process was to resume. And even to this day, we continue to update that page now that the county has transitioned to the ALP. The city also created an email distribution list, which we do still utilize to push out information. To date, we have over 1,200 subscribers to that list. Now that the County Department of Airports does have a dedicated communications and engagement manager who's sharing updates on both the ALP and the Part 150 processes, the city is still using this platform to push out information on behalf of the county, just to ensure that our residents stay informed and have an opportunity to participate. We were pleased to share the news with our community in July of 2022 that the county confirmed that they are not seeking any changes to the 1976 agreement. Specifically, the county stated that they are not seeking scheduled airline service, no freight operations, and no changes to the runway length. The Ventura County Department of Airports has two long-term planning processes that are currently underway at this time: the airport layout plan update and the Part 150 noise study. So in July of 2022, the county received approval from the FAA to transition from the master plan airport study to an ALP update. This is intended to allow the airport to maintain their current master plan from 2010-2011 while updating their near-term planning goals and bringing the ALP plan set into compliance with FAA standards. The ALP is a short-term planning study, and it's narrowly focused. It assumes the current role of the airport as a general aviation facility, and that's to remain the same. The ALP will provide a plan for maintenance and rehabilitation of existing pavements and facilities, will include a short-term 5 to 7 year capital improvement plan, and will meet the FAA requirement for a current or approved ALP. And then separately, the county is also preparing a Part 150 noise compatibility study. This is a voluntary study that's funded by a grant from the FAA, and it is to update the noise exposure maps for the Camarillo Airport that were published in 1998, and to update the noise compatibility program that was adopted in 1999. So as I mentioned, the ALP update is now in final draft form. The public comment period is open through May 10th. And the next community meeting on the Part 150 noise compatibility study is scheduled for June 3rd. Holding true to the commitment that we made to our community members in the early stages of this process, we do continue to update the Camarillo Airport Trending Topics webpage to, again, be fully transparent and keep Camarillo residents informed of what is happening with these long-term planning studies. We created an email distribution list, which I mentioned that is still active and available if anybody wants to sign up. And these are screenshots of both the Trending Topics webpage and how to access it from the City of Camarillo website. So community members have submitted comments to the City Council with questions and concerns about the Camarillo Airport. They've met separately with the City Manager, with Mayor Tremblay, with Councilmember Santangelo to voice concerns and ask questions. This slide is representative of some of the items that we have heard from the community. There are questions about the relationship between the ALP update and the Part 150 study. There are concerns about airport expansion. We are aware that residents are experiencing noise impacts. There are residents who are advocating for an alternate flight path. There is concern about the county's process, confusion about jurisdiction, and questions on environmental review. So these are just some of the things that we have heard. And again, I'm here to acknowledge that the city is aware of these questions and concerns. We've engaged our legal counsel, again, to answer these questions and to help clarify some of the misunderstanding that has been floating around in the community. And I am pleased to introduce Daniel Reamer, who is here this evening. He will be sharing with the council some very specific questions and some responses to those questions for your awareness. And then following his presentation, we will both be available for questions either immediately following his presentation or after public comment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reamer.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As Michelle said, my name is Dan Reamer. I am an airport attorney based in Denver, Colorado. For the community's benefit, the council is aware, but I have focused my practice exclusively on airport law for the last 25 years. I was in private practice representing airports and host communities like the City of Camarillo for 15 years. For 5 years, I managed the law department at Denver International Airport. And for the last 5 years, I've been back in private practice representing airports and communities throughout the United States. Some of the cases and the opinions and the disputes that form the basis for the regulatory framework are ones that I have personally worked on over the years. I have spent a fair amount of time in California working from very small airports like a private airport in Agua Dulce in LA County to Burbank and the largest airports here in California. So I speak about these topics from experience, firsthand experience, and appreciate the opportunity to unpack some of this information for you. I would say, as Michelle's presentation made clear, that this is a very technical and jargon and acronym-rich environment here, ALP and Part 150 and all these kinds of words and acronyms. And so part of my task tonight is to just simply unpack some of that information. As Michelle explained, the city does not own and operate the airport. These are not your plans. The airport layout plan, the Part 150 noise exposure maps and noise compatibility program, these are not city plans. This is not the city's planning process. This presentation is not the presentation on the ALP or on the Part 150. It is intended to help unpack that so that the council and the residents can understand what those planning studies are all about, how they relate to each other, what they mean on the ground, and how the city can stay engaged and how the residents can stay engaged. So first, just want to talk a little bit about these specific documents and spend a little bit of time talking about the legal and regulatory significance of some of the documents that have been described for you. One is the 1976 Joint Powers Agreement. This is a binding and enforceable contract between the city and the county that was negotiated and executed at the time that the airport was transferred to Ventura County from the Defense Department. There are restrictions, meaningful, legally enforceable restrictions that are included in that agreement. There was a period in which the county started to distance itself from the 1976 JPA through the advocacy and leadership of the city council and the city staff. The county got back to a place where they recognized, as Michelle described, that this is a binding and enforceable contract that needs to be respected and needs to be considered as the county manages the airport and works on these projects like the airport layout plan update. A quick word on traffic forecast. There's been a lot of talk in the community, I understand, about the forecast of traffic at the airport. And it is important to understand that traffic forecasts for airports are very much like other forecasting exercises within the community. They are a projection of what is likely to occur in the airport context over a 20-year planning horizon. It is not a promise that the activity will appear. It is not a promise that any certain operation will occur in any given year. It is an estimate of based on largely macroeconomic and other forces. What is the overall economy in a region? What is the overall trends with respect to general aviation traffic, in this case around the country, orders for new general aviation aircraft. It is typically not a bottom-up forecast based on a survey of what individuals are going to do and the operations and moving their aircraft to a particular airport. And as a consequence, traffic forecasts are notoriously unreliable as an indicator of what specific traffic or level of traffic will occur at a given airport in a given year. They are not intended to serve that purpose. They are not a promise. They are not a guarantee that a certain level of traffic will appear. They are simply an estimate used for planning purposes. Airport planners will look at a traffic forecast and say, typically, what facilities are necessary in order to accommodate a given level of forecast activity at the airport. A couple of documents that have been discussed already tonight, the master plan, that is a fulsome planning exercise that looks at the inventory of existing facilities, considers the traffic forecast, and then says what additional facilities are required in order to meet the forecast needs of airport users. The county had launched a master plan. They abandoned that master plan and shifted gears to an airport layout plan. An airport layout plan is a federally required document. Every federally obligated airport has an airport layout plan. Airports are obligated to develop their airports consistent with the airport layout plan. They are not obligated to build something simply because it appears on the airport layout plan. They cannot build something that does not appear on the airport layout plan, but it is important to understand cause and effect. They must build in accordance with the airport layout plan, not build everything that appears on that document. They are required to have that document. They are required to accommodate aeronautical demand at the facility, but simply because something appears on the ALP does not necessarily mean that it will be constructed. It is not the federal government's commitment to fund. It is not a determination. It is not the grant of federal financial participation, and it is simply a determination when the FAA reviews the airport layout plan. They determine that the plan as submitted is consistent with federal design guidelines. It is not a commitment on behalf of the federal government to participate financially in the construction of facilities, new facilities that are shown on the document. And then last, Part 150 and NEM and NCP and noise study are a bunch of different words that refer to a voluntary study that airports can undertake with federal grant aid to evaluate 5-year projected noise exposure at the airport. And the more important part of the study is the noise compatibility program, which evaluates the suite of noise abatement and mitigation measures that are available in order to address the current and predicted level of cumulative noise exposure at the airport. As these remarks hopefully highlight, these are both very regimented, federally prescribed processes. The FAA reviews them in a particular lens for particular looking at particular considerations, and their approval is limited as well. And part of the reason I say all that is because I think there is an understandable level of confusion about the fact that both of these things, the ALP update and the Part 150 noise study, are happening in parallel. And that might lead one to believe that there is a legal or regulatory relationship between these two documents and between these two planning studies. There is not. They could happen years apart. They are both voluntary. There is no obligation on the part of an airport to engage in an ALP or master plan update in any time interval. There is no obligation to prepare or update the Part 150 noise study. There are some airports that have never conducted a Part 150 noise study and do not have published an FAA-approved noise exposure maps. And again, the FAA will look at each of these documents individually. They will look at the ALP and determine from the perspective of safety and efficiency and utility whether or not the improvements shown meet the FAA's design standards, and they will look at the noise exposure maps and to see whether or not they were prepared in accordance with federal guidelines, and they will look at the noise compatibility program to see if it's consistent with the FAA's standards and federal law with respect to those measures that are identified in the NCP. There has been a view expressed that it is important that the Part 150 noise study precede the ALP. I will not take issue with anyone's view as to what might provide, what might be better, one before the other, both in parallel. My view is that there is no legal relationship between the ALP update and the Part 150 noise study. The FAA will review both those documents according to their criteria, regardless of whether or not one precedes the other. And so the idea that it is necessary for the noise study to be completed before the ALP is completed, I think maybe is not ground in the legal and regulatory significance of those two documents and what the FAA's review entails. Another issue that has come up concerns the curfew at the airport, and the current curfew that's reflected in county code provides that the airport is closed to departures between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. without, oh, do we need to collectively wave our hands in order to get the lights to come back on? Everyone was too still, I think. Current county code provides that the airport is closed to departures between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. If you look at the 1976 JPA, you will see that the original provision of the 76 JPA said that the hours of the airport are between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. That was changed in 1980 from 10 to 7 to midnight to 5, closed to departures. The current county code reflects a curfew, a mandatory curfew from midnight to 5 a.m. on departures without prior permission of the airport. A reasonable question has come up here again. Why can't we go back? Why can't we go backwards to the curfew as it existed in 1976 and reflected in the 1976 Joint Powers Agreement? And this too is a little bit complicated, but has to do with the fact that in 1990, the U.S. Congress changed federal law in a bill, in a piece of legislation called the Airport Noise and Capacity Act that precluded, on a going forward basis, any new restrictions on noise or access to airports. That law preserved pre-existing noise and access restrictions, but it meant that only those restrictions that existed in November of 1990, as they existed in November of 1990, would enjoy that level of protection. And any further amendment to a pre-existing noise or access restriction that further restricted aircraft operations would be subject to the federal law and would require FAA approval. The point is that amending the curfew to go backwards to a more expansive mandatory curfew would be subject to federal approval under federal law and FAA regulation. And I have shared up here that while there is technically a process, if you look it up, there is technically a process to apply to the FAA and seek their approval for a new mandatory noise or access restriction. The FAA has not approved any such restriction in the approximately 35 years since the statute was enacted, and they would not grant approval in this case. So the curfew as it exists today, as it existed in November of 1990, is the most restrictive curfew that is available for this airport and this community. So another issue that has come up, as Michelle mentioned, concerns flight tracks. And here the rules are a little bit different, and it's important to understand that the movement of aircraft in space is subject to the exclusive jurisdiction of the FAA and the pilot in command of an aircraft. This is not an area over which the county or the city in 1976 and today exercises any control. The county simply has no authority to direct how pilots fly their planes and where they go. There are studies that can be conducted. There are voluntary noise abatement voluntary noise abatement measures that are in place today. Part of the purpose and the virtue of the Part 150 noise compatibility program is to look at those voluntary noise abatement measures to see whether or not there are other potential flight tracks and procedures that might provide benefit to the community. But that was not a power that was available to the county before, and it is not a power that's available today. Again, I am not trying to diminish the importance of the Part 150 noise study, but it is important to understand the limits of that study. And when flight tracks and abatement procedures are reviewed, what the significance of that may be. Because if you look at the existing noise compatibility program for this airport in the FAA's approval document, there are measures that are identified in there, but that document is very clear that they are approved as voluntary measures only. And the process for seeking changes, FAA-recognized changes in flight tracks and procedures is another step, is another process that would come outside of the Part 150 noise study. And so typically what is under review in the NCP portion of the 150 study are these voluntary noise abatement procedures. Not saying it's not important, not saying it's not valuable, just to understand what the limits of that might be. One other question that has come up is this provision in the 1976 Joint Powers Agreement that has certain decibel levels included within it. There's these noise limits of 90 decibels and then 60 CNEL. Just to be clear, the 90 decibel limit is reflective of a single event, that is one aircraft flying over a particular point on the ground. CNEL is a measure. It's a special vagary of California that measures the cumulative noise impact. People say average. Average is probably not the right way to think about it. It's sort of the steady state of noise exposure, recognizing the fact that evening and nighttime flights can be more not just annoying, but can be more disruptive to people living near the airport. And so there are these two numbers that appear in the 1976 JPA. It is important to read this provision in its entirety because it says that airport planning shall be guided to ensure that residential areas are not exposed to noise above 90 dBA or 60 CNEL. And sorry if I got that wrong because I'm not staring at it, but that's essentially, airport development shall be guided to ensure that. This was not a aircraft operating restriction in 1976, and it cannot be understood to be an aircraft operating restriction in today for the reason that I just described, which is that the county lacked the authority to say that an aircraft needed to move in any particular way in the air in order to avoid creating noise exposure. This is an important provision. It means that the county needs to be attentive to this, and when it engages in planning exercises like the ALP update or a master plan update, that it needs to consider whether or not the plan development is likely to create a noise impact greater than 90 dBA or 60 CNEL. But this is not an aircraft operating restriction and could not be enforced or implemented as a restriction on aircraft overflights over a particular residential property. And then the last question that I have been asked to address is just why can't the county or the city, for that matter, just close the airport? I think as we sit here in California, many people are aware of the fact that the Santa Monica Airport is going to close in 2028. And so there is an idea that, well, why couldn't we do the same thing here? And the short answer is that this airport is not in the same position as the Santa Monica Airport for at least two important reasons. One, the county has accepted and continues to accept federal financial participation to improve the airport, to maintain and improve the airport. Those grants include a contractual obligation on the part of the county to make the airport available as an airport to the public for aeronautical purposes. Airports who are contractually committed to the federal government cannot close because they have contractually bound themselves to the federal government to leave the airport open. The second reason that the county could not close this airport is because this airport was previously owned and operated by the Department of Defense. And when the Department of Defense conveyed the airport property to the county, that conveyance included restrictions within the deeds, within the conveyance documents, that required the county to keep the airport open as an airport for aeronautical purposes to the public. Both the release of the contractual commitments and the release of these restrictive covenants would require the United States government's approval. They will not grant it. And so that makes this airport different than Santa Monica. Santa Monica was a 50-year airport, 50-year effort by the city of Santa Monica to close that airport, and they were required to address those two issues along with other issues. Santa Monica is essentially one of one. I know it's not that far from here, and it may seem like this happens around the country, but the truth is airports do not close. Federally obligated public use airports, certainly those that were conveyed by the United States government, do not close. The United States government will not allow them to close. that is the completion of my prepared remarks, and I think I'm happy to take some clarifying questions from the mayor and council.
Thank you, Mr. Reamer, very much for your presentation. Before I ask for public comments, are there any clarifying questions from any members of the council for either Mr. Reamer or Ms. Dana? Vice Mayor Kildee.
Am I on? Okay. Thanks for being here. So you've been doing this a long time, right? So are you aware of any airports that are able to change the flight path here in and out of an airport that has been approved by the FAA? And I've been around a while, and I can remember that the reason why the Camarillo Airport exists is because the feds wanted an airport here. So having said that, is there any opportunity in your experience to change the flight path of an airport? And if so, how would you do that?
Yes, flight paths do change. California has been the subject of multiple efforts initiated by the FAA to manage what they call Metroplex, that is these large metropolitan areas. Flight tracks do change, additional procedures are available, additional equipment is available to fly more precisely for aircraft that are able to. So these things are possible. They typically need to be done with and through the FAA. This, again, is not something the county can publish voluntary noise abatement measures, and they can do everything possible in order to make sure that pilots and the people in the back of a plane are aware and participate. So there's plenty that the county can do. I'm not in any way taking the county off the hook. There are a lot of examples of airport operators that have been very successful in encouraging, promoting, there are fly quiet programs where information, people who participate and use the procedures, who fly the way that the airport operator wants them to, get promoted and recognized within the community. There are all kinds of things that can be done by the airport operator, and there are many models around the country where that has been successful. But in terms of mandatory flight tracks, mandatory procedures, that goes through the FAA. And so airport operators that are educated and have their own experts and their own airspace designers, those and can speak that language and talk with the FAA, convince them that it's safe and efficient to move planes around, those are the airports that have been, and those are the communities that have been successful.
And if in fact there has been some success stories with that, how long does it typically take the FFA to deal with this? And is there a cost factor in this?
It's a federal bureaucracy that moves at a pretty glacial pace. I mean, I'm sure everyone expected I would give that answer. It is a slow process. I was, just involved in another departure procedure where the airport was doing just what I described, and it was, for the airport to hire its own experts and, sort of redesign the airspace on the FAA's behalf. It was sort of, tens and have public process and all of that. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the work to, figure out exactly where every plane is going and how it's equipped and what's going to make sense and not interfere with, with other aircraft from other airports.
And just one final question. A lot of the studies that have been done are somewhat voluntary. In other words, it's not necessarily an item that the feds will say, yes, you have to do that, but you can do that. And if in fact you do that, it's very hard, would you say, to implement some of these and to kind of monitor whether or not they're effective or not? Is that a fair statement?
Some of these, do you mean like the Part 150 studies?
Yes, like for instance, noise studies and various things of that nature.
I think people get lazy. I think a lot of these studies get stale. I don't think that they get audited as regularly as they should, and they grow a bit long in the tooth, and people forget, oh, there's this thing that was included in this noise study 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So I do think that it is maybe natural, but an unfortunate consequence that, these are voluntary studies. There's an enormous amount of energy around them when they're underway, and then they kind of go up on a shelf in a lot of places, and people tend to forget about them. And I think that's sort of unfortunate. I think in this case, we could look at that 1998, 99 vintage Part 150 work, and I don't know that it has been rigorously enforced over the last 25 years.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, any other initial clarifying questions from council members? All right, hearing none, then we're going to go to public comment, and I've got a number of speaker cards, and let me just put out a few housekeeping matters here. First of all, if you haven't already turned in a speaker card and you would like to speak, please take one of the blue cards and give it to Ms. Buckstemper, who raise her hand real high over there, so I can call upon you. I will come back later at the end of public comments and ask if there's anybody who has not yet been heard to go ahead and invite them to speak. Just to let you know, we have a rule for 3 minutes per speaker. It's timed. It's up there on the board. We have to enforce that limit because otherwise it's unfair if we do it in a disparate fashion. So everybody gets 3 minutes. We do not allow speakers to yield time to someone else. So you have your own 3 minutes. We would ask you respectfully that in your remarks, please try not to be cumulative of what another speaker has already said. If someone has already said what you want to say, one of the things that our current council does is we oftentimes just say ditto, and we know what you mean. We would also ask that you please be respectful in your comments to others. We ask that you please address your remarks to the council. If you have specific questions that you would like Ms. Dana or Mr. Reamer to address ultimately, please address the questions to us. We can ask those later on. Everybody will be taking notes. And we also finally, and again, we are delighted that we have so many people here. We wish you were here all the time, not just for this matter, but for a whole bunch of matters. It's nice to have our public here. It truly is. But we ask that you don't applaud or make remarks or boo or heckle when somebody else speaks. I have a feeling there are people who are here in the audience who have very different views on this issue. And we want to make sure that we can hear all of the public comments, that we are all respectful of one another. We don't want anyone to feel intimidated. We want everyone to feel comfortable adding comments to the council. Finally, I'm going to call the names of the speakers, and because finally it's baseball season, I will call the name of the person who's going to be following. I'll just be saying, Mr. or Ms., you're on deck, and you know what I mean by that. I think you know what I mean by that, right? Okay. All right. So let's get started. Our first speaker is Mr. James Donlin, and on deck will be James Kester. Mr. Donlin.
Good evening. I'm James Donlin, and this emblem is very important to me for various reasons. I'm a long lifetime resident of Old Town Camarillo since 1950, where I was 3 years old and moved there. And this place has always been my home, and I feel Old Town is the heart of Camarillo. At least historically, it's not in the soul of the city. I attended Old Pleasant Valley School. I'm a 65 graduate of Camarillo High School, where I was a really good basketball player. I actually have a connection to the guy on the white horse. One of my great uncles, Alfred Pettit, married one of Mr. Camarillo's daughters, Rosa. So I've been here for many years, and these issues are very important to me. So I spent my childhood in Old Town with the magnificent view in the neighborhood a little bit west of the water tank, on the bluff, which actually is important because the altitude of airplanes is much closer to me than it is on the plane. So I have basically 75 years of experience of Camarillo here, of its history and its people. All my relatives are farmers in the area. This area is very important to me. Right now, I have a deep concern about the airport, because where I live, continually, all day long, the planes will go over my house with lots of noise, the jets, and it wasn't always like that, but continually. And I was alive, I was a kid when that was in Oxnard Air Force Base, and the fighter jets never came over our houses. They would come out over the strawberry fields near Pleasant Valley Road or the lemon orchards. They were very respectful of the small hamlet of Camarillo before 1964. And so I advocate for a study to implement a new flight track of the landing. Wow, it's like playing a basketball game there.
No, you still have 54 seconds. You're good.
Yeah. You know, they used to land south or southwest of Carmen Drive, close to, I mean, that's where they turn in. This is very important to me, this kind of friendly sky program that is in the report. The planes actually come, it looks like they come along Grandview Drive. They don't go out over the fields, and we're right on the border, and they actually cross into Old Town Camarillo and cross over. And this is very disturbing to me, and it destroys my quality of life here and the quality of life of all of my neighbors. And I feel very, very strongly about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donlin. Our next speaker will be James Kester, and on deck will be Steve Maloney.
Okay. Council, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. It illuminated a lot of the questions. Appreciate that. Okay. One of the issues I think I'd like to address is just an issue of process and an issue of planning. First of all, I want to thank the council for the assertiveness that you've had in upholding the Joint Powers Agreement. That was extremely important, and we appreciate that. In that same vein, I think we need to continue to be assertive to protect the residents of Camarillo, to protect our quality of life, to protect our safety, our health, and our financial standing as far as property values, because there is a significant impact which can be had because of that. One of the things that I think was pointed out in the presentation, and I have kind of firsthand experience with this, when I was with the County of San Luis Obispo, I was involved with the airports and the expansion of the airports. And one of the things that you learn is if you plan it, it will be built. If you build it, they will come, okay? And with the Santa Monica Airport closing down in 2028, Van Nuys Airport is at its capacity. There are few other airports that have the capacity to take on private jets in this area, and they are looking for a place to bring their planes. And it's not a community airport anymore, it will be a regional airport. Now, private regional airport, not commercial, but it will be a regional airport with the larger private jets that are moving out of Santa Monica coming here. Now, one of the reasons that I'm concerned about this, and I'm kind of representing the Camarillo Springs area on this, is right now the flight path, if you look at where it goes over 3 retirement communities with in excess of 5,000 senior citizens. It goes over a high school. It goes over 3 middle schools and elementary schools. And it's within 1 mile of probably 25 to 30% of the residents of Camarillo. So the noise is a significant impact, and safety is a significant impact. So what I'm asking you to do is let's do the noise study 150 and let that give input to the layout, the layout plan, because if you lay it out as maximum as it can capacity, you lay it out and plan it, they will build it, and that will come. And the 400% increase is going to significantly impact all of the residents of Camarillo. Again, it'll become a regional airport, not a community airport. And it will significantly impact the way we live in Camarillo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kester. Oops, put the mic on. Thank you, Mr. Kester. Let's see, next up is Mr. Steve Maloney, followed by, on deck, is Colleen Delaney.
Good evening. My name's Steve Maloney. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Sun Air Jets. I wanted to address the council this evening and talk a little bit about our business and what we contribute to the community. What we have here is, I did a back of the envelope calculations while I was sitting in the audience here and was doing some quick math. It's probably wrong, but that's okay. We pay roughly $280,000 a year in real property taxes. We pay well over $1 million a year in personal property taxes. We pay to the airport $460,000 plus every year in airport rent to help support the airport. And the really important part of this is that we have well over 100 employees at Sun Air Jets with a payroll that exceeds $12 million. If you look at the studies from a group called the American Independent Business Association, they're estimating that that multiplies to the tune of about $9 to $12 million every year that we contribute to the local businesses here in Camarillo. And we're very proud to do that. Now, I understand that there might be a few people in the audience that don't love airplanes and or airports the way that I do. I've been around them all my life, and I will tell you that the Camarillo Airport is a treasure. I have worked at airports where the management of the airport does not care about the independent businesses on the airport. All they're interested in is collecting fees and generating more revenue. So we have something here that is truly special compared to almost every other airport in the country, and we need to protect that at all costs. And more importantly, what we have is Sun Air has a commitment to working with the people that don't necessarily see it the way we do. We have spent a lot of time working with Director Freitas on the voluntary noise restrictions. We will continue to work with anybody that has suggestions about how to be better citizens, about how to be better neighbors, because the most important thing of all is that please remember that we live here too, and Camarillo is our home as well. Thank you.
Let's, please, thank you. All right, the next person to speak will be Colleen Delaney, and on deck will be Ron Rieger. Ms. Delaney.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Colleen Delaney. I'm a 22-year resident of Old Town Camarillo. I purposely chose that house. I went to the airport office where I was given what I thought was flight plan. Now I know recommended flight plan. And I visited the house 3 times before I bought it. I knew what the airport traffic was like. I'm grateful my family was young when we moved there because the first 10 years were awesome. Outside playing with my children. Small jets, they fly high, they're quiet, good quality of life. The jets are not flying friendly. They are as low as 500 feet over my house. It's doubtful I would have even purchased a house in Camarillo today if I'd moved in. 400% increase will be unbearable. I do support the airport and pilots. By personality, I'm a compromiser, and I realize the airport does good things here. However, I ask members of the City Council on the airport board to please represent the residents of Camarillo. And I do remind members of the audience, has been pointed out, Old Town was there first. I'm tired. I'm tired of disingenuous answers by members of the airport staff saying, the Part 150, that's what we have to do, when we know now that actually it doesn't work for noise for general aviation airports. So the study is going to happen, but it's not going to reflect the noise that I'm hearing at my house. I'm tired of the fixed wing and helicopter pilots not flying friendly. I'm tired of being awakened. I got 3 hours of sleep last night because a flight came in late, woke me up, and it took me 4 hours to get back to sleep. I'm tired of the constant landing of jets, sometimes 5 in 10 minutes. One time I noted I had 63 planes in 4 hours, 9 over 80 decibels, 13 under 700 feet in elevation. Imagine again, 400% increase in jets. I'm tired of the condescending comments that I've gotten from some of the personnel in this study saying that we don't know what we're talking about. Yes, flights are coming in under 1,000 feet at my house. I'm tired of the bare minimum for the analyses. The 150 study, a couple houses, nothing west of Carmen, right? That doesn't give the full data. I'm tired of the lack of concern by our elected officials. At the last airport meeting, there were elected officials and government people in the back laughing and giggling. Now, maybe it wasn't because of the comments, but the optics were bad. I'm tired of worrying about my family's health. After that last same meeting, heavily misty day, I got home, jet came in, and I was breathing the fumes, right, because it was attached to the raindrops. I am a scientist. I understand the need for scientific systematic studies, but also qualitative studies that are systematic. So I asked the representatives of the city here to please work with the county and the airport to serve the residents of Camarillo and proactively undertake environmental studies. We now know that noise nuisance, right, is a long-term health effect as well as the environmental. I really ask you to thoughtfully consider everyone's comments tonight. We are not being unreasonable or hysterical. Emotions are high because while we've been told you're listening, you're not actually hearing us. Thank you.
Could we please withhold from clapping or other outward expressions? I would respectfully ask you to do that so everyone who's here who may have differing opinions feels comfortable addressing the council. All right. Next speaker up is Ron Rieger, and on deck is Lauren De La Torre.
I'm Ron Rieger. I was, by the way, on the Colorado Airport activity, I was the analyst who made the decision to go ahead and sue the Denver airport problem they had about 20 years ago that led to a $100+ million suit that we won for United Airlines. But I'm also a pilot, commercial, licensed, instrument rated, not current. I have three concerns. One, and they've been covered to some degree. One is the noise level, the safety. As a pilot, I've been in 2 mechanical aircraft that have had failures. And from a pollution standpoint, and the jets seem to bring quite a bit of pollution as they come in. So there is some level of mitigation that can occur with a pattern such as Hawthorne has, which is strictly south airport entry. And Hawthorne has had that for years. I've flown in and out of there, and it works fine. I am concerned about the number of large jets that we're going to have, and also about the definition. First of all, we can change that. I understand we have to go through the FAA, so let's start doing that. The second issue is, though, we do need to take a look at the noise is getting kind of irritating. I mean, it is getting kind of frustrating for all of us, and that is a problem, regardless of whatever funny numbers come out of the planning thing. But I think those are probably the main issues. I think the big thing is to get that south pattern and start working towards that. And then forget about everything else. Also, the definition of commercial aircraft. What do we define as a commercial aircraft and commercial activity? I'm not sure legally what that is. And that wasn't answered in the discussion. It may be that there's certain types and certain levels of traffic that define what commercial aircraft, commercial traffic is. I think that's my comments. And thank you for letting all of this.
Thank you very much. Up next will be Lauren De La Torre, and on deck will be Renee Hatcher.
Hello, my name is Lauren De La Torre, and I have lived in my home in Old Town Camarillo for over 33 years. Thank you, members of our City Council, for letting me come and speak to you this evening. During the 2020 pandemic, I noticed many jets and turboprops slowly flying over my home on their way to land at Camarillo Airport. It was, and still is, very disturbing to have to stop your life while waiting for a plane to fly over the Cedar Drive water tower. I decided to check with my neighbors and see if they had noticed a large increase in jet and turboprops traffic. It wasn't a surprise to hear that they had. A few neighbors and residents in town decided to meet and speak and discuss this problem with a variety of people who are connected with Camarillo Airport. The residents decided to organize and become active in our common desire to protect the quality of life of all areas of all residents of Camarillo. We became a group called Save Our Skies Camarillo, SOSC. We are now a growing community group concerned about the increasing number of larger jets and turboprop flights. These types of planes create noise, emissions, and visual impacts on Camarillo homes, parks, and schools. Though we're already noticing this change, what is alarming is that the ALP includes an official aviation forecast of a 400% increase in the jet and turboprop operations from approximately 12,000 operations a year currently to 49,000 within the 20-year ALP planning period. Our airport is submitting this to the FAA after a thorough three-way analysis done by professional aviation consultants of what the future holds. We as a community need your support. The health and safety of residents is being impacted. We are asking for continuous noise monitoring stations, an emission and air quality study, and a community stakeholders group that plays an integral role in representing homeowners and business owners. Old Town Camarillo is a business community in addressing the issues for the homeowners and the business owners. The ultimate question, as I see it, is the city of Camarillo prioritizing private jet owners over the noise, emissions, and quality of life impacts on our community's health and safety? Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Delatorre. Will be followed then by Renee Hatcher, and on deck is Joe Mitchell.
Hi there, my name is Renee Hatcher. I'm a 30-year resident of Old Town Camarillo, and during this time, the airport on the whole has been a good neighbor. That was until the private jets started arriving. I'm here tonight to talk about jet noise impacts on our community, about how the jets are disturbing our lives, our sleep, our ability to hold normal conversations, how we cannot experience the quiet enjoyment of our homes because of excessive jet noise. I don't need a crystal ball or a forecast to tell me how things are going. We're already experiencing it. It's not going to get any better for us as jet traffic increases as forecasted, 400% or 4%. It's getting worse. It's disappointing when we come to you with our concerns and we're told we should all just wait and see what the airport may do to help us later. Members of Save Our Skies Camarillo have met with many of you individually and with the airport staff, and we're told to be patient, to wait, to see what the airport will do to help our community about noise mitigation, about an alternative flight path study, or even environmental impact reports. We have little faith in that wait and see attitude when our legitimate complaints are regularly discounted and dismissed. The airport director has repeatedly said in public meetings that he's unable to replicate the community experience with jet noise, which is simply insulting to those of us who are experiencing it. It discounts it and makes it sound like it's not really happening if he's not hearing it. But we're supposed to wait and see what the airport's going to do to help us with these noise impacts on our lives when their own director dismisses the situation. During the noise study, a monitor was installed near my home for 1 week, and during that period, it reported 332 readings of over 80 decibels and 20 over 90 decibels. Airport staff now says none of those readings count because they're doing an average for their report. So again, factual, it is the fact that 80 to 90 decibel events are actually happening, but the noise impacts are dismissed and discounted by the very agency that we're supposed to wait and see how they're going to set up noise mitigation measures to protect us. The city of Camarillo has a unique situation to have a joint powers agreement in place for operation and oversight of the Camarillo Airport. As we heard, members of this council are on the Airport Advisory Board. You're in a position to influence the Board of Supervisors and impact what happens at the airport and to protect our community. The airport does not represent us. It does not share our concerns or needs. You represent us, and we are clearly telling you what we want and need. We need you to take action and not push off responsibility to protect us. Don't leave us waiting to see what the airport might do to help us as things keep getting worse. Wait and see only serves the airport. It is not the right reaction to the situation, and it's not what residents of Camarillo deserve. I also want to say that this past Sunday, I tracked 12 flights, and only one of those flights was a local jet. It was a Sun Air flight that flew in after midnight and woke up our community. Today, there were 8 jet flights, and none of those were local. It's very easy to see that nearly all the jets using Camarillo Airport are not, in fact, local good neighbors.
Ms. Hatcher?
Yes.
We're at the end of 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Joe Mitchell, to be followed by Kyle Johnson. And while Mr. Mitchell's coming up, sorry, Mr. Mitchell, if anybody else has any cards that they would like to bring up, blue cards, in order to speak to the council, this would be a good time to do it. We also, by the way, I neglected to mention, we have yellow written comment cards, and we've been reading those as well. So you could feel free to submit those if you don't wish to address the council verbally. Mr. Mitchell, I apologize, wanted to get in that. Get that in first. Okay.
So my name is Joe Mitchell, and good evening first. My name is Joe Mitchell, and I live in Old Town, and I live right on the flight approach path for Camarillo. So ditto to all the disruptions and et cetera, et cetera. So what I'd like to have some input on are the FBOs. I know we have 4 full-service FBOs out there, and one of them is international, and they're open 24/7. Which is probably why some of the jets are coming in late at night, early in the morning, because I know that we can't tell them they can't land. So, and my concern is with the projected increase, whether it's 400% or not, it's still going to be more, and that means there'll be more of those as well. And so, when everything is quiet, you have your windows open, does one of those come over, you're awake. I mean, it just wakes you up. And so, you know, and with the increase that's projected, my concern is there's going to be a lot of them. I mean, it's going to have an impact, especially those late landing ones. So, you know, I don't know what the mitigation is going to be. I mean, moving the flight path would be great. I don't know how long that takes and what's the chances of the FAA approving it, because I know we have 2 other flight paths coming in the same area. So I just don't know. But I know that all the other people's concerns, I share those same concerns: property values, quality of life. I worked from home for a while, and it made it very, very difficult to work from home. I had a lot of Zoom calls, and it just was very, very difficult. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. The next speaker will be Kyle Johnson, and on deck will be Walt De La Torre.
Hi, I'm Kyle Johnson, also live in Old Town, and I'm an aerospace engineer. I'll say ditto to what all the other Old Town residents are saying. What I would like to add is specifically about the forecasts. Yeah, the forecasts are estimates. They can be too high, but they can also be low. It's just an estimate, right? It can go either way. If you look at the estimates from the 2011 master plan forecast, they were really, really good. They followed the actuals that we saw over the past, 13 years pretty well. The current projection has a lower slope than that, right? So I'm inclined to believe the forecast, right? It's at least a less aggressive forecast than what they had in 2011 that actually followed history well. So I just want you guys to think about that. And so I've been involved in a lot of these airport meetings and airport studies, and I got really interested in it. And I actually borrowed some noise monitoring equipment from my work, and it was actually the same equipment that the Kaufman Associates used. I did my own noise study in my backyard just to, compare to see what I'm seeing there. And yeah, I got similar results to them, but it was really just eye-opening is, I got way above average results for the weekend, right? So it's like we have these forecasts, this many planes a year would be like this many per day, but not every day is an average. Saturdays, Sundays, they're really high, right? So in my study over the weekend, I had 133% of the average, right? And so it's much more disruptive, right? So it's hard to, you can't look at just the average day or the yearly forecast, because some days are going to be really high. And this included, there was 4 jets in 4 minutes on a Saturday afternoon. And it's really disruptive, and I think everything else has been covered by everyone else, so ditto to that, but just wanted to leave you with that about the forecast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Walt De La Torre, followed by Merrill Berge.
Hi, I'm Walt De La Torre, Old Town resident. Thank you, the council. Part of Save Our Skies, a community group. So there are that many people interested, over 600 people so far. And so ditto to many of the things, the noise in Old Town, and that 400% increase, and going to from 12,000 to 49,000 within 20 years flights, and based on other markets or other airports, that isn't based on what Camarillo's been at any point. Another part that hasn't been addressed, when the operations were trending upward, the airport survey, you failed to ask about an increase in jet and turboprop traffic. In fact, it stated a reference to residents that, quote, currently only small, non-commercial planes are allowed, unquote. Perhaps it is now time to ask residents how they feel about their airport becoming a destination for larger private jets. And these are many commercial enterprises, and even though it's not United Airlines, they're flying jets as big as some of the ones United Airlines flies right over our houses. So we hope that we can have some independent monitoring, noise monitoring, emissions air quality study, and our alternative flight path analysis. And we hope that the City Council will be prioritizing the health and safety of its residents, and ditto to everything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now call on Merrill Berge, and on deck is Danielle Booth.
Good evening, City Council and staff. The airport layout plan, aviation forecast, again, as we all have heard, again, has called for a doubling of jet and turboprop operations in the next 10 years, and then doubling again in the following 10 years. This, of course, does not include the increases in prop planes and helicopters as well. In addition to greater levels of noise and the frequency of noise, aircraft emissions impact our community's health. They add to our county's air quality challenges and our GHG reduction goals to limit the warming of our planet. From the NIH National Library of Medicine, jet emissions contain nanoparticles that have adverse health effects similar to diesel exhaust. Pollution particles that lodge deep in the lungs and most adversely impact children and elderly people. Within 1 mile of the airport are the Mount Cross Preschool, the Las Posas Elementary School, Cape Charter School, Monte Vista Middle School, Pleasant Valley Bible Bright Preschool, the Gateway Community School, the Phoenix School, and Frontier High School. And also within 1 mile, directly under the inbound flight path, is a Camarillo Estates mobile home park occupied by seniors and a healthcare rehabilitation center for those recovering from a hospital stay and too infirm to be home. All of the airport documents that require a California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, review are at least 14 to 20 years old, and none of them include an emissions analysis. This is the health and safety data the City of Camarillo should be requiring when you are faced with this situation of a significant increase in airport traffic due in large part to jet and turboprops, larger turbine engines operations. This is when your community needs the Camarillo City Council representatives on the Airport Authority that have the responsibility to prioritize the interests of residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Danielle Booth, and on deck will be Mark Russell.
Hi there. Thank you for your guys' time and allowing the public to have a little bit of voice in this matter. I come here as a community member, as somebody who was born and raised in Ventura County, somebody who owns property here, somebody whose kids go to school here, and somebody who's been working here every single day of my life since I was 16. And even in front of this crowd today, I am proud to say that I am the vice president of a small business called Avex Aviation, who's based at the Camarillo Airport. We are an organization that employs 100 community members, one that supports eco-friendly, fuel-efficient, and noise-abate platforms, one that employs many veterans in our community. And I'd like to remind the community members that even though I empathize with the hardship of the noise that you guys hear in your community, to remind yourself that in these previous meetings that we've had, the statistics show that 17 turbine operations happen on average every day, but 1,700 jobs are given in this community to support general and business aviation. So for every one noise that you hear that is created by a turbine aircraft, there are 100 people employed in this community that are supporting general and business aviation. And so while it might be an inconvenience, and I know that the noise has increased and there's a perception that there are more larger jets, I'd like to try and caution my fellow community members against advocating against your own self-interest, because when we talk about an airport is a public good. And for some of you that don't understand what a public good is, an example of that is the library that we're sitting in today.
Ms. Booth, sorry to interrupt you. Could you please address your comments to the council?
Sure.
Thank you.
So a library like we're sitting in today is something that is funded by the government to support the community. And an airport is funded by the government to support the local community because it provides things like critical access to transportation for the community, which boosts commerce, economic impact, jobs, affluence in the area, which as a result increases your property value. And so I urge you to look at the airport not as something that is a nuisance, but something that provides jobs to the community, something that is a public good, and something that is a critical resource when we have natural disasters like the Thomas Fire. The airports worked as bases for our first responders, and they saved thousands of homes, probably some of your homes here today. And without the resource of a airport, the public good that is provided by the government, which is rare that the government gives you something such value as an airport, but think about
Ms. Booth, we're up.
the results of how many people's homes were saved by this resource in your local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Next up is Mark Russell, and on deck is, I believe, Tessa Callahan. Hopefully I've got that right. Mr. Russell.
Yeah, good evening. I am a commercial airline pilot. I also own a couple of aircraft at Camarillo and fly out of there regularly. First and foremost, there isn't a pilot that I know of that goes out of their way to try to make noise. We follow the rules of the FAA and everybody else that we have to try to keep noise at a minimum. To that, a couple of FAA restrictions. I'm going to comment to what you were asking earlier. Certain things can be done to mitigate noise, but we have to be stabilized on an approach coming into Camarillo Airport. That is set up as a 3-degree glide path to the touchdown zone on the runway. That is a standard. General aviation aircraft can get away with maneuvers a little bit closer to the runway and so forth. Jet aircraft cannot. They do not maneuver the same as a small single-engine aircraft like I fly for fun. So when I come into Camarillo, I do my best to fly south of the center line of the runway for a ways to try to avoid making noise over the businesses and the mobile home park and other places. We do that as a habit. Many other pilots do it as well. And I'm not sure where some of the stuff is coming from, the 500 feet. I don't know how that's being measured. I'd like to know. I'd like to know about how the DB things go on. One other thing I'm going to mention is climb out. We have to climb out at a certain direction. We stay on the runway center line to the best of our ability to 500 feet before making any turns. That's a safety provision. We fly our aircraft to be safe. We try to be as noise conscious as possible. When it comes to the testing that we're going to have, I'd like to know, are we going to be looking at aircraft individually that make, how much noise they make and how often they're operating in and out of Camarillo Airport? I think that would be important. But I also would like to mention, today's jets are probably the quietest jets that we've ever had. And anybody can argue that point and look at the numbers. They are quiet. The older jets that are not quiet anymore have been disposed of. You don't find old Learjets or Gulfstreams flying around the United States anymore. They're not allowed to. Only the quieter jets are flying, and they're quieter than some of the piston engine airplanes that are out there. That needs to be understood. Every time we hear someone say jet or turboprop, it's automatically, they're noisy. They're not noisy. They're quiet. I invite anybody that believes otherwise to come down to the airport, sit around, and listen to the airplanes taking off. You won't hear the jets making much more or any more noise than some of the piston engine airplanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Next up is Tessa Callahan. Did I get that right? Okay, good, thanks.
All right. Hello, my name is Tessa Callahan. I live in the Mission Oaks area, and I'm a concerned mom of a 1-year-old. As you've heard from everyone else, there's a lot of safety concerns, and thinking of the next generation, we should really, I'm here to advocate on behalf of them. As they've talked about, there's elementary schools, preschools, near the airport, and it hasn't become a bigger issue until more recently. I'm not asking for the eradication of the airport. As I've heard, there's many benefits for our community, and it is a treasure to have. I'm a little disappointed in the county and how they seem to have treated us today. They seem to be strong-arming us and telling us that we don't have a voice based off of the previous contract, and even bringing the attorney in. We understand, as you've heard from the community, what the forecast means, what the layout plan means. We've seen the noise studies, and we're asking you, on behalf of us and the future generations, to make sure that our community stays the peaceful, beautiful home that it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't have any more speaker cards. Is there anyone else in the public who, before we bring it back to council, is there anybody else who would like to speak to the council? Yes, sir. Come on up to the dais.
Thank you.
Excuse me, to the podium, and identify yourself, and we can. And it'd be great if you could hand in a speaker card afterwards, so our clerk has it. And it looks like we got a couple more coming in. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Matt McKee. I'm actually I'm a homeowner in Camarillo, and I worked at the airport for the last 15 years. So I've seen the airport grow. I've seen the changes. I know what the residents are going through with the noise. I live in Camarillo at the top of the hill on Temple. So I do get small airplanes. I know the feeling when you're in your backyard and the noise comes through and it kind of disrupts the moment. But I don't view it like that. I've had the pleasure over the last 15 years to work with a lot of people that have gone on that have used the airport as a launching path for their careers. A couple of them that I asked to join me here this evening couldn't make it. They actually are working right now. One of my close friends, he's actually a homeowner now in Camarillo, just like myself. He bought a house in Camarillo next to the hospital just recently. He works for Southwest Airlines. Another one works for Delta. I want to say at least in the last 5 years, I have 5 or 6 former employees that are now working for airlines, and they're in their 20s and they're making six figures. I mean, some of them are making almost $300,000 a year. And it's one of the only jobs you can get right out of school. Within 4 years, you can make something where you can actually afford a house in California. So when people talking about property values, their house is going down, this airport provides a launching path for not only our community, but for the young adults in our community to actually have a career. Because if you close the airports, they're not going to be able to go and do flight lessons, right? If you'd have to drive an hour, think about how many kids are disenfranchised, so to speak. So this airport provides a really good opportunity for, I think, growth in the community as a whole, even businesses. And without naming names, if you guys were to Google half the large businesses in this community, like large ones, some of them are going to come in, I guess, in the next few months, or not months, but years. One of them's going to have a gas station, but they all have flight departments. And the reason why they're investing in our community is because they have an airport here that they can come and they can visit, and they can see their businesses and they can see the growth. And they're not going to visit our community and invest in our community if we don't invest in them. That's all.
Thank you very much. I think we've got some more speaker cards coming. Thanks, Christy. Okay, you will. All right. Our next speaker up is Nick Martino, and on deck will be Marcia Rescher, I believe. Hopefully I haven't. Ms. Rescher, you're on deck. Sorry. So much for my baseball analogies. All right. Mr. Martino.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Nick Martino. I'm the General Manager and Vice President of the Cloud9 and Channel Islands Aviation businesses at the Camarillo Airport. I'm also a Ventura County resident my whole life, and I was able to purchase my first home in the city of Camarillo in 2016, and I now reside in Santa Rosa Valley. One of the things that I wanted to first say was I want to applaud the city and the county's efforts to open up the process to the general public and continue to have these meetings and help, no matter what side of the aisle you're on or the issues. I think it's important that we're all understanding, each side and understanding some of the complex legal and mechanics of managing an airport in a vibrant, growing community. So my business is, we employ about 40 staff members, so we're not the largest by any means. But one of the things that I wanted to kind of put out there was, and I think I heard some of the other businesses mention it, and that's that a lot of our staff, they live and reside in Camarillo, and they raise their families in Camarillo, and they choose Camarillo, to raise their families and set up their businesses for most of the same reasons that everyone else decided to come here. It's a beautiful community. It's a beautiful place, and I think that it's really important that that we all acknowledge that and the important role that Camarillo plays. And so, moving on to kind of the types of operations that we do at Camarillo, we've been very active with Keith and the Department of Airports in the Channel Islands side, and both, as you guys know, I think I worked with many of you on the Cloud9 effort, and I think it's really worth mentioning, and the community should know that Keith and the Department of Airports are very active in promoting the fly safe and fly friendly, and that's one of the things that we try and instill on our flight instructors and our pilots. We have monthly CFI meetings. Our CFIs are instructors. We talk about, hey, what can we do to help kind of instill some of these, fly-friendly policies into our students. Educated instructors means educated students. And so hopefully we can help, promote that, and there'll be a, kind of a chain effect. It does take time, obviously, but I wanted to let the community know and the city council know that the Department of Airports and the businesses, we hear you guys, and we want to try and do our best, and we have a commitment to you guys, and I just wanted to kind of say that. That's it.
Thank you very much. All right, now we have Marcia Rescher. I hope I got your last name right, and I apologize if I didn't.
Hi, yeah, I'm Marcia Rescher. I moved to Camarillo. Unlike many of these people, I'm a relatively recent resident. I moved to the Village at the Park neighborhood in 2017. And part of the reason I moved here was that I have grandchildren who live in Old Town, and I wanted to be near them. So I'm concerned for them. But I'm also concerned for my neighborhood because we do hear the jets over my neighborhood. It's not just over Old Town. Interestingly enough, the reason I put my name in at the end is because I was waiting for somebody to address the Cloud 9 hangar. So the person before me, I really appreciate somebody getting up and speaking to that. My concerns are, you know, I try to follow things on the Acorn and the, you know, I do actually read the city council minutes and all. I came from a community, Monrovia, where we had a very, very active community involvement in city government. So that's what I was looking for when I moved here. And I was reassured that the all the comments I read were that we didn't need to worry, that the master plan would be upheld and that airport noise and traffic wasn't going to increase, or at least that was what I thought I understood. And then I drove past this Cloud 9 hangar not too long ago and with my daughter, and we said, what is that? It's there. It's not something to be built, it's there. And so I Googled their website, and I was somewhat, depending on, the audience was obviously not me. The audience is the people that they hope to attract to the hangar. And you can look at the website, it's all there. It says, it's under 9hangars.com. I just Googled Cloud 9 Camarillo. But it's describing the airport as a prime location for entertainment industry professionals, international firms, et cetera, and it's Cloud 9 at Camarillo guarantees private aircraft owners the utmost in security, exclusivity, and sophistication. Well, that all sounds good, but it's obviously not geared toward Camarillo residents. Come on. You know, they're looking to use us as a landing place, and they're not going to be doing business in Camarillo. I don't think so. These people they're talking about how easy access to Santa Barbara, easy access to Malibu. It's not, I can't see how this is helping the economy in Camarillo. So ditto to everything else everybody else said about the hazards, but I just have some questions about the economic benefits when I see that my house price might possibly go down because of all the increase in noise.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else who would like to address the city council? Going once? Anybody else at all? And if anybody has written comments on one of the yellow cards that they'd still like to submit, those will go in. Sir, do you want to address the council? Yes, please come forward. And then if you wouldn't mind, fill out a blue card afterwards and give it to our clerk.
Hello. I'll keep mine short. My name is Anthony Delar. I'm employed at Air 7. Been employed at the airport for just about 4 years. It's provided my wife and my kid, a lot of great opportunities. I work around the jets and I work around the planes all day long. I'll be honest, I think it's louder in my house during an argument, to be completely honest. But the airport's provided me some friends that I'll always have, a possible future to grow even more as I want to become a pilot myself. But it's also, I've seen people who've never even imagined wanting to get into aviation, work a few weeks there, and fall in love with it. It's just an opportunity to really look at another side of life. You know, yes, it can cause problems with noise and everything else, but to be honest, at the end of the day, a lot of things are going to impact this community. The aviation sector is such a large and profitable thing for not just businesses, but for us as well. My job is at risk if it ever goes away, and future jobs are always at risk if this goes away. I think there's a way that we can all come together and make this better, but you also have to realize that a lot of people at this airport are working very hard to keep their families and keep their stuff in the way that it already is. So I thank you guys for, giving your guys' opinions and everything, and I hope that we can all come together on this, but just know that there's a lot of jobs at risk for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the council? Yes, sir. Please come forward. If you could fill out a blue card afterwards.
I'd be happy.
Thank you.
My name's John Greenwood. I've been listening to all this. We're going to put a few things in perspective. There's been a lot of people up here kind of bragging about how many people they employ and how much this airport makes for them. Let's get it in perspective. Ventura County has a $58.3 billion economic output last year. Now that puts the airport's economic output at a tiny fraction of 1% of what our community needs. No one wants to close the airport, and I've heard people up there suggesting this, but let's keep it in perspective. What is it really worth? It's 1,700 jobs. You know what? Ventura County has 400,000 jobs. That's, again, a tiny fraction. And if that airport dried up and blew away tomorrow, the people aren't going to blow away. They're not going to curl up and die. They're going to go ahead and get other jobs and participate in their community and do what people do doing something else. I've had to change jobs several times in my life, and you can do it. Something good would happen to every one of them. So I'm glad there's a lot of people making a lot of money at the expense of the quality of life of our community, but I don't think that's anything to be proud of. Another thing I wanted to point out, the numbers that we talked about, Mr. Rayner, was it? Yes, okay. Yeah, the numbers in the airport layout plan saying we're going to go up to close to 50,000 jet and turbine operations in 20 years. Nobody's sure of that, right? So it could be 30,000. It could be 80,000. We don't know, right? Keith says the numbers are inflated. Mr. Rayner says the numbers are an estimate. At the last ALP meeting, I asked the same question and was told by the people from Mr. Lewis from Kaufman that he thought it was a reasonable estimate. So we've got this all over the place. Thing is, we don't know what's going to happen. But the fellow that was up here earlier that said, if you build it, they will come, he's damn right. He's damn right. And if those numbers come to fruition, it is going to be detrimental. It's just going to destroy the quality of life in this community. What will happen, if that happens, take down that sign that says the people are the city, put one up that says the airport is the city, because that's what you will have. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else who wishes to address the council? Going once? Going twice? All right, we're going to close this part of the session, this part of the meeting. We've been going now for almost an hour and 45 minutes. I would anticipate that council members probably have a lot of questions that we want to raise and a discussion we want to have. So I'd like to take without objection from other council members, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, and I mean it, 5 minutes. So we will recess for 5 minutes and come back. We'll recess for 5 minutes and come back. Thank you. Thank you all for your courtesy. Thank you to all of those who spoke to us tonight. We appreciate very much you being here. We're at the point of this item where the council members are going to have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. I know there are still yellow written comment cards that are going around. I want to assure anyone who filled one of those out that we are all reading them. We just pass them down the line. We've read them. We've heard now public comments. So we're going to start with any questions that each of us have for staff, either for Ms. Deanna or Mr. Reamer. I noticed, I believe, Mr. Freitas is in the audience too, in case there are any questions that council members want to pose to Mr. Freitas. I'm sure he would not be averse to responding to those. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start. And Councilmember Santangelo, why don't you start us off?
Thank you. I have a lot of questions, and a lot of them are going to be, or may be repetitive for some of you, but I did not know what the presentation was going to hold tonight, and so I formed a lot of my questions before that, all of my questions before that. I've spent a lot of time really trying to understand these issues because they are very complex when it comes down to things like jurisdiction and what the JPA really means. And I have met with a group from Save Our Skies Camarillo. I've been to the ALP meeting. We've gotten a lot of emails, both for and against airport traffic. I've spent a lot of time on the Save Our Skies Camarillo website. And I've learned a lot since these meetings and since this. So a lot of my questions are really to bring out a lot of what I've learned as well. So that's just kind of to set the stage. My first questions are for Mr. Reamer. And they have to do with the 1976 GPA. And you had a slide on this, but I want to press this a little bit further. The actual text of the JPA, or portion of it, says that airport development shall be guided to ensure that residential areas are not exposed to noise levels greater than 90 dBA single noise events. What does this portion of the JPA mean?
I'll admit I don't know what the drafters had in their heads. I can only read it in the context of how I understand the law worked in 1976 and how it works today. And as I shared, what is meaningful to me is that the introduction of this provision says that airport development shall be guided to ensure. This is, again, cannot be understood as an aircraft operating restriction. This is not an absolute limit on the level of noise, either on a single event or cumulative basis, that can occur within the community. It's not, not to sound silly about it, but it's not a force field over the residential neighborhoods that precludes aircraft from flying over them. It has to be understood in the context of the law as it existed when it was drafted, and that means that it's an airport planning tool, and that airport plans shall not be designed in such a way that the associated noise would exceed those levels.
Are there any legal, then, repercussions if a plane exceeds that noise level, based on the JPA?
No, I would say not. I think the residents are not parties to the JPA. There are two parties to the JPA, the city and the county. And the question would be, is the county breaching the JPA in a way that is enforceable by the city? If someone records a noise event above their property, they can't record a 60 CNEL. That's just a made-up number that a computer model generates. But people can record a noise event that exceeds 90 decibels. The existence of the noise event would not provide the city a basis to claim that the county is violating the Joint Powers Agreement.
Thank you. There's a portion or a place on the Save Our Skies Camarillo website that says, and this is a quote, "The JPA clearly states there are not to be any single noise events greater than 90 decibels." So is this a true statement?
No, that's not what the JPA says, and it couldn't say that, because it wouldn't be if there attempted to be a restriction of that kind, that would be preempted.
So is there anything that I, as a council member or as a member of the Camarillo Airport Authority, or that this council as a whole can do about any flights that are over 90 decibels?
It's called jawboning. It's called education and working with the county and working with the pilots and the people who sit in the back of those planes, and educating them. And again, rigorous oversight of planning exercises like the airport layout plan update. I think that is where the city's enforcement of the JPA comes into play, is in those planning exercises like the ALP, not in individual aircraft overflights.
Thank you, that's helpful. Okay, Mr. Freitas, where are you? I saw you, oh, there, you were behind somebody. My next questions are for you.
Okay.
I was gonna ask what an ALP is in general, but I think we had that covered in the presentation. Does our ALP update include private business activity on the airport?
It does not include private business. So you're talking about hangars and things like that. It does not. Our focus is on our infrastructure, runways, taxiways, ramp, parking, things like that.
So our ALP update is really focused on the maintenance of that infrastructure?
It is. It is. We do have one area that shows potential hangars. That's our property, so it could be a third party that comes in at some point and does that. And one of the important points that was brought up many times, environmental, each project, whether it's ours for pavement or a hangar, would go through the normal CEQA environmental process, and in many cases for us, has to also go through the national, the NEPA environmental process concurrently if it's a federally funded project.
Okay. Does the ALP update bind us to a 20-year commitment with the FAA, or does it allow us to receive grant money for airport maintenance?
So actually it's a yes and yes. Because we took funding to do the ALP, that obligated us to, and it's typically a 20-year clock, but each project that we ask for funding goes to an individual that restarts that commitment to keep the airport open for aviation uses.
And we've accepted grant money in the past 5 years, so
yes,
we've set that clock.
Each time you do that.
Each time.
More importantly, as previously mentioned, our biggest obligation is the fact this was a federally built facility, and those obligations are perpetuity. As long as we operate this as an airport, we get to keep it. If we don't, the fine print says it could technically go back to the federal government.
Okay. Does the ALP include any expansion?
It does not. Specifically ALP update, that was the reason we pivoted, hearing this community, hearing this board, elected officials, and the survey you conducted a few years ago was we did not want to see any changes with the airport use. So we changed from a master plan to just the component we need to do, which is an ALP, airport layout plan update.
Are there more hangars being added?
Again, that's on the ALP is future hangar development. Not large hangars, specifically, it is small hangars is what we're expecting in the near future.
Okay. Is the runway being configured for more aircraft, or is it being configured to FAA standards?
No, not more aircraft. As a matter of fact, it's configured to the newest standards, which is, it will be for us a shorter and narrower runway.
Is the airport actively marketing airline or charter businesses to come to the airport and bring their business?
To be clear, the airport does not do that. Obviously, you've heard from community members, individual businesses market their business that are at the airport. We do not do that, and we're not looking for airline service, air cargo, obviously not lengthening the runway.
Okay. Thank you. I may have one or two more for you. Hang on, sorry.
Wait, you said I was
I
done.
know, I'm sorry. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the petition that Save Our Skies Camarillo is asking for. They're asking, as quoted from the petition, we're calling on the City of Camarillo and VC Department of Airports to complete the 150 noise study, an alternative flight path analysis, and an emissions environmental report. So I wanted to take those one by one. The Part 150 noise study. we're doing this, correct?
Yes, you know, I think it was pointed out, or at least mentioned earlier, that the airport isn't engaged with the community and isn't listening. When I was hired 2.5 years ago, the focus, one of my top priorities for the county, was noise. And, you know, that was one of the things, you know, we hired a new communications engagement person to focus on noise, short-term and long-term, dedicated position. We installed new flight tracking system. Those are things we've done. We pivoted from master plan to ALP update. And the last big piece was getting FAA grant funding, $730,000 worth, to conduct this very detailed noise study process. I wish I had a red phone to the president that could make a call and change this immediately. As presented early by the city's outside legal counsel, this is a complex, difficult thing. The airport's been here for 80 years, military use, now civilian use. Changing what we're talking about takes time, and we have to do detailed analysis. Changing the flight path, not only would we do some analysis and submit that to the FAA for their analysis, but they have to look at things like, well, how does the flight path for Camarillo interact with the flight path for Oxnard, Point Mugu? It's a 3D model that they have to go through for safety reasons, obviously. And we don't want to move the flight path into another area of the community. We want to make sure that the move doesn't, in fact, impact a new and different community. So it is a detailed, long process. I can tell you already that we're already engaging with a consultant, looking at consultants that would help us do that in advance of finishing the noise study process. Long-winded, but hopefully I answered.
You answered not only the question I asked you, but my next question.
All right, good. We're excellent.
We're doing well. Yeah. Yes, my next question was going to be about the alternate flight path analysis and what does it entail, and have we started any part of this?
So yes, I could just tell you the initial engagement we've already had. It is, again, a detailed process. The approach is, we have two at this point published approaches. The FAA looks, evaluates, and approves and publishes those. Those take time to change. We are engaging with a consultant that would help us do that. But there are other options, because we live in a wonderful place with great weather, that, you know, those approaches are typically for inclement weather. Weather's bad. We don't have a lot of those days, so there are other visual approaches that, you know, aircraft may be coming a long ways away and the weather is nice, that they could visually come into the airport and avoid some of our communities. So there are other options we're looking at, even the altitude. You may have heard somebody talk about a typical approach is 3% glide slope. There might be potential that we could go up to 3.5%. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it could be hundreds of feet higher than it is. So those are all the things we will be looking at and have already started. And we're not waiting to the end. We needed to get through a bulk of this study, but there are some big things, and the approach path is clearly one of the top priorities.
Perfect. Thank you. My next question is about the third thing asked for, the admissions environmental report, and this was already touched on. And probably, Dan, this is probably a question for you, Mr. Reamer, sorry. Is it appropriate for an admissions environmental report to be done on an ALP or ALP update?
So it depends. What I understand the county is looking for from the FAA is what's known as a conditional approval of the airport layout plan. That condition means that the FAA will only review what's submitted, as I said before, on the basis of safety, efficiency, and utility. They will not be approving individual projects. Individual project approval, including associated grant funding, would be subject to environmental review. There is, under both CEQA and NEPA, air quality is a component of that. One of the key issues in communities around general aviation airports is the concern about the lead in aviation gasoline. And many times when communities are asking for emissions analysis, that's more than the traditional air quality review information shoved into a model. You look at, you know, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, traditional emissions, associated with aircraft. Many communities, particularly communities around GA airports, are keenly focused on particular emissions associated with leaded avgas. And I don't know if that is what SOS Camarillo is particularly interested in, but that review would be separate from the standard environmental review that would be associated with FAA approval of specific projects resulting from the ALP.
Okay. And then they've asked that all three of these things be done before the ALP, and you talked about a little bit about this. Over the past couple of months, I've heard a couple of reasons for this, wanting the noise study completed before the ALP, and one of them was to have quote-unquote leverage with the FAA. And the other one was to identify alternatives and address the impacts of increased jet traffic on our community. Mr. Freitas, would you like to answer this one?
Well, I'll start by, and I think that your, Mr. Reamer had talked about, these are independent, there is no correlation. The FAA doesn't look at the ALP or the 150 and making a decision. They are independent and they look at those. What's key to know is that by request of this community and this board, we pivoted from a master plan to an ALP. And what's important in that is that there is a 4-year timeline for us to complete a project. That runs out in August. So we could hold that, and then we would be on the hook potentially for all of that funding because we didn't complete the task as required by the FAA, and they'd say, you didn't get us a product, start over. So let's just put that aside. Let's just say we said, never mind FAA, we forget your ALP. They could at some point, if we don't have a current ALP, no longer make us eligible or allow us to be eligible for grant funding. So that's really what we put at risk, is maintaining our facilities if we just didn't do that. But again, I don't understand the correlation. You know, the ALP doesn't open up the doors for more growth or more traffic. That's just a forecast. There is no approval of all these projects, as again presented earlier. It's just a plan that allows the FAA, who has more than 3,000 airports in its national system that it's trying to figure out how to fund and maintain. It's given our plan for what we're expecting the next 5-10 years of funding. That's why they ask us to do that. That's why all airports in the NIPIAS, national plans for the airport system, to have one of those on hand and current.
And what would happen to the airport if we didn't get that grant funding?
We, county, are obligated to maintain that airport in a safe and efficient manner and to keep it open for use. So we would have to figure out, county would have to figure out how to fund these improvements, these maintenance projects that we'd be eligible for but couldn't apply for.
Since you're here, I'm going to go on to my other questions for you.
You said I only had a couple.
I know, I lied. All right. I want to talk a little bit about landing patterns. What is the normal landing pattern on a given day, generally?
So it depends what you're talking about, what size, what type of airplane. Typically for smaller piston airplanes that are, say, in the pattern, that's a left-hand pattern traffic, which is to the south of the airport over ag. Typical approach for instrument approach jet airplanes is a straight in, several miles out from the east to the west. That's 95% because airplanes have to land and take off into the wind. That's typical direction is, you know, from the east over to the west, landing at the airport. That's typical.
That's the point I wanted to make, was that it's not just an arbitrary decision of east or west. It's based on wind for safety.
That's the first, right? Although we've had some progress with in our initial working with base pilots, particularly corporate airplanes, when the winds are calm in the evening in particular, is landing from the west. So we've seen some improvement there. Those are all things that we would look in the voluntary as we educate. You heard the pilots, they want to be good neighbors. Many of them live in this community. We're working to do that. Again, I can understand and appreciate the frustration with our community members. We've got a problem, it's noise, you haven't fixed it yet. That's human nature, is I've got this, let's fix this now. As you heard in the earlier presentation, first part of it, we've got this thing called Big Brother FA that ties our hands on a lot of things. Us county, and for sure farther out is the city, who doesn't have a say in all of these things from the operations perspective.
It's not possible at this point to permanently reverse the landing pattern.
In the opposite direction, you're
Yeah.
saying? Right. Again, from a safety standpoint, airplanes have a limit in which they have to land into the wind. They can sometimes do a tailwind, very minimal, but typically it's into the wind.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Santa Monica, the airport. Has its shortened runway affected our airport, in your opinion?
Well, the most important thing I want to point out about that is that shortening of that runway happened years ago. That wasn't, just last week, last month, last year. That was many years ago that shortening happening. So the dispersion of those airplanes that couldn't use the current runway length, that happened years ago. Okay. And the analogy I like to use is folks, businesses, and again, the traffic we see that are using these airplanes, they're corporate airplane. 90%, the feedback I get from all the businesses that use our airport is that they are corporate business type airplane. I know all of you know these statistics and you've heard these before. California is the 5th largest economy in the world. Ventura County is the 13th largest county out of 58 counties in California. There are a lot of businesses that here. The Port Waimea is the 4th largest deep water on the West Coast port, the ag, all those businesses. That's who's coming into to our airport, is those businesses. They may be coming from out of state and other places, but they're doing business with businesses in this county. Not just Camarillo, that's correct, but it's Ventura County. If they were doing business in LA, they would use those airports because they're more convenient. Van Nuys, LAX, Torrent, they'd use other airports.
So does that mean that you think when its final closure in 2028, do you think that will affect us much?
Hard to say exactly how much. Again, the jet-based airplanes, very little, if at all. I don't know that there's any base jet airplanes there at this point. So then, the flight schools and smaller piston airplanes, potentially. But again, if I live in that area, driving all the way to Camarillo to operate it's just not convenient. Again, the analogy I use, if you had a car and instead of your garage being attached to your house, it was a mile down the road, that wouldn't really be convenient for you. You would probably do other things, and that's the same with an airplane.
Okay, I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
Are there noise complaints at Camarillo Airport from residents?
What? Say that one
Are
more
there
time?
noise complaints from residents about Camarillo
What other
Airport?
kinds of things do we hear?
No, just are there complaints?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we get noise complaints, and the bulk, 95% of those are from the Old Town area about jet airplane arrivals.
And is your knowledge that there's a noise problem, is that going to be affected by the outcome of the Part 150 noise study? If that noise study says that there's really nothing significant happening, does that really change?
Well, yeah, I heard that. That first of all, again, as pointed out, in potentially the eyes of the FAA, when they compare noise impacts, they look at airports like LAX and Burbank, bigger, larger impacts. Our airport would fall on the smaller scale of impacts. Does that mean we're not going to do anything? That's ridiculous. Of course we are. That's why I was hired, candidly. That's why I hired, again, our community and engagement manager, dedicated full-time to this issue. There are a lot of voluntary programs and things we can do. We will exercise everything possible. That's the reason for the noise study, is we bring in an expert who has seen 100 or 200 airports, and what are the other airports around the country doing? What can we adopt to do as well? again, we're gonna analyze the approach, but we already know that's an easily identified one that we're gonna tackle right now. Talking with pilots and base airplanes now about fly quiet hours, not between 10 and 6 a.m., when they can make adjustments to their schedule, or landing from the west. Those are things we're already starting to do.
Thank you. Now I'm done with you.
Okay.
I have a few more questions for Mr. Reamer. And these are just, are we allowed to limit the hours as a city for operation at the airport?
No, the city is not permitted to restrict the hours of operation of the airport. There is a very old 1973 U.S. Supreme Court case involving the Burbank Airport, where the city of Burbank tried to impose a curfew through the exercise of its police power. What's not police as in the PD, but just their general powers to impose regulations. And the United States Supreme Court said that a municipality in the exercise of its police powers could not impose a nighttime curfew or restrict aircraft operations.
Interesting. Thank you. I think I'm done with my questions. I'll leave some for somebody else.
All right, who wants to go next? Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Santangelo, for taking all the questions. So there was a comment that was made about the attorney being a county attorney. So just to clarify, Dan Reamer is hired by the city of Camarillo. We do prioritize our community, and we want to continue to invest in our community, and we wanted to agendize this item and hire Dan back to speak to us. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Let's see here. I have multiple questions. What legal authority does the city of Camarillo have over the airport, and what legal authority does the airport authority have over the airport?
So again, the city, just the city, has no authority over the airport. It is an entity other than, I would say, traditional land use and zoning and things like that. As something that's physically located in the city, you have your traditional powers. There's something is being built, your building permit and building code requirements apply. In terms of the ability to control the operation of the airport, the city, again, in the exercise of its police power, has no ability to control the operation of the airport. The city's power comes through the 1976 JPA. And that was a contractual commitment between the county and the city that the county would operate the airport in using its powers as the airport owner and operator. Consistent with the restrictions that are identified in the exhibit. So the city's power over the operations of the airport comes through the JPA. Likewise, the JPA created the Airport Authority. The Airport Authority is an advisory body. It makes recommendations to the County Board of Supervisors. The county ultimately is responsible for making the decisions about operating the airport, growing the airport, maintaining the airport, improving the airport. So the Airport Authority is an important entity, but it operates in an advisory capacity to the county, which is the owner, operator, sponsor, proprietor of the airport.
Okay. In reading the JPA agreement, and help me understand if I'm reading it correctly, but the Board of Supervisors, they can't just make a decision without the advice of that advisory board where the city is a part of, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then moving on to, let's see here. Can you just explain in a way where those of us who are not attorneys can understand an FAA preemption and what that means, and in regards to the authority that we do not have over airspace?
I'll try. My family accuses me of slipping into lawyer voice all the time, so I will do my best. But the principle of preemption is pretty easy to understand, which is that federal law is supreme. And it is supreme either where the federal government occupies the entire field of a particular subject, or it is supreme when there is a state or local law that conflicts with a federal requirement. In this area, the courts have found that the federal government exclusively occupies the fields of aviation safety and aircraft operations. And what that means is that when you're talking about preemption of a field, is that it entirely displaces state and local regulation on the same subject. So there are things that local governments or airport operators can control. A curfew is a thing on the ground, the hours of operation of the airport. As I explained before, airport operators have some limited authority, and there is pre-ANCA and post-ANCA and all those things that I described, but they have some ability to control things that happened on the ground. Field preemption means that airport operators and local governments have no ability to control what happens within the airspace. And so the entire field of aviation safety, airspace management, and the operation of aircraft in the navigable airspace is entirely preempted. We're not talking about a conflict where there can be state and local regulation and you have to determine whether or not that's inconsistent with a federal requirement. It just, the federal government occupies the entire field and it displaces any state or local regulation on the same subject.
Okay, thank you. So there's a change.org petition that is going around from Save the Skies. I looked at it yesterday. I had about 637 signatures. The zip codes, 60% of those zip codes, the signers were from area codes 93012, which is right here in Camarillo, 93033 and 93010. In that change.org petition, it says in quotes, the Camarillo Airport is transitioning to greater number of jet aircraft. Jet and turboprops will grow from 12,000 flights a year currently to approximately 49,000 flights a year as projected in the airport layout plan ALP forecast. And then in bold, it has a 400% increase from current levels, end quote. And the 400% has been said repeatedly by a couple of our community members. Is this comment accurate?
Well, I don't want to say it's inaccurate. I think it's a little bit loose with the language because the forecast, as I understand it, that the county prepared considers breaks up aircraft by type. And so there has been the comment that jet aircraft operations are going to increase by 400%. That is not correct. The forecast does say that the combination of jet and turboprop aircraft will increase by that amount in the 20-year planning horizon. But I have heard, and I think it's just people using kind of, common language. But I do think it's a little bit risky because it conveys the impression that jet aircraft operations will increase by 400%. And that is not right.
Okay.
Both because it's merely an estimate, again, based on macroeconomic conditions, and because it captures more aircraft than simply jet aircraft.
Okay. Furthermore, in that petition, it says, in quotes, we are calling on the City of Camarillo, the County of Ventura, and the Department of Airports to complete the 150 noise study, an alternate flight path analysis, and emissions environmental report. It is reasonable and responsible for the studies to be completed prior to submitting an airport layout plan to the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, in order to identify alternatives and address the impacts of increased jet traffic on the Camarillo community, end quote. And I know you touched on that a bit with Mayor Santangelo. Do you have anything else to add in terms of the accuracy of that statement?
Yeah, again, I have really tried to understand that idea of leverage and why those studies should be sequenced in the way that that the petition advocates. Based on the way that I understand each of those planning processes to work, it would not matter what sequence they are submitted to the FAA. The FAA is required by law and agency policy to consider each study that's submitted according to specific criteria. And it would not matter to them whether or not they receive one document before the other.
Would it matter, or would there be any legal benefits to wait for these studies to be completed for the community?
No, I don't think there would be. I mean, I respect what the airport director shared in terms of the period of performance. I didn't know that before tonight, but I understand the point, and it is the case that there is a 4-year period of performance associated with federal grants. So the county may have a particular, they may be in a rush in order to complete the ALP update in order to ensure that they can be reimbursed by the FAA. You might say that's their problem, but they initiated the study with the expectation that their costs would be reimbursed. And I think it is reasonable for the county to want to complete that study within the contractual period of performance. In terms of the city and the community, none of these things is a silver bullet. All of this will require work on the city's part, on the county's part, on the community's part. So I personally don't see a benefit of sequencing them in a particular order.
Okay, thank you. Something that I learned today from your statement was that the approval would be a conditional FAA approval. And you mentioned it's looking at safety, and can you just frame that part?
Sure. The conditional approval means that the FAA is looking at the document, and the magic words are safety, efficiency, and utility. And so if there is, not here, but a lot of airports look at, reconfiguring runways or extending runways again. And a runway extension is not a part of this ALP update. But for those airports that are looking at extending a runway, the FAA would then conduct an analysis to see what the consequence would be of lengthening the runway, meaning that aircraft would take off and they would land at a different point. So they need to make sure that that's safe in regard to surrounding terrain and all the other considerations. So that is what the FAA is looking at. They are looking at the ALP with respect to safety, efficiency, and utility. They're not, again, issuing a grant. They are not requiring the airport to undertake the improvements. They are simply saying that the improvements that are submitted by the airport operator are consistent with FAA design standards and their safety standards.
Okay. And so then each individual improvement within the plan would require its own set of environmental review.
Correct. Federal grant funding is a major federal action that triggers environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act. And so there will be other federal actions in addition to just looking at the ALP for purposes of safety, efficiency, and utility. And so the approval that the airport operator receives specifically calls out the fact that the approval is conditional and that is not an approval for individual projects to proceed, and that proceeding with individual projects would be subject to additional FAA review and environmental review.
Okay, thank you. I also had a question about Santa Monica because I have seen that comment being discussed. So how does, and I know you touched on it a bit, there were two things. Santa Monica Airport, how does it differ from our airport? Because I understand this airport was a base. Correct, that is one.
This airport was a base. Santa Monica, it's pretty complicated, but there are a number of instances in which there were local airports that were leased to the federal government during World War II, and then given back to the local community to operate as a civilian airport. The federal government, when they turned back those leases, did essentially the same thing that they did when they had a military base built by the military that they then transferred after the war ended, after World War II ended. They just didn't go about this in the late 1940s in a very thoughtful and systematic way. And it has created a considerable amount of confusion. So while Santa Monica was used by the military during World War II, it was previously used as a civilian airport and was only leased to the federal government for its use for military operations. That's different than this airport, which was built as a military installation and then conveyed to the county for civilian use.
And what are the legal ramifications of that for this airport?
So the point is that contracts are contracts. Many of the contracts have a 20-year term, and theoretically, at least, an airport could say we are going to stop taking federal money, and if they can do that consistently for 20 years, then they would theoretically at least be out from underneath their contractual obligations to the federal government. The deed restrictions that come with the transfer of property from the United States government don't have a term associated with them. They exist in perpetuity, and as lawyers say, they run with the land, meaning they are constant and can only be forgiven by the United States government. And so it is not, both are true. Both the contractual obligations require the airport operator to keep the airport open, and the restrictive covenants require the airport operator to keep the airport open. But the restrictive covenants run forever, and whereas the contractual obligations may expire after a period of years. The city of Santa Monica was able to stop and keep from taking grant funding. They separately had to quiet title against the United States government in order to address the real estate problem.
Okay. My other question is, have there been any, in the history of the airport of Camarillo, have there been any emissions, environmental reports that have been produced? Do we have any dates or rough results? And then have we also had any studies exploring the health effects associated with jet emissions? And have any of these studies included farm workers?
I'll leave that to the county.
Yeah, I don't have any specifics on that question, other than we follow the guidance that's required for each project, CEQA NEPA, with those kind of, but the specifics you're asking for, I don't know of any specific analysis that go to that specific question.
Okay, thank you. Okay. In terms of economic impact, my understanding is the direct financial impact to the city is zero because we're not the operators of the airport, correct?
The answer is no, there is direct economic impact to the city. Personal property tax and things like that go into the taxes. And I'll just say, a based jet airplane that's worth, a value of 50 million, 1% of that personal property tax goes in. So it's goes between city, county, and other entities that receive some of that benefit. So that's the economic part. We've done analysis back in 2019 in the neighborhood of about 300 million a year for Camarillo Airport. So you've heard folks talk about the jobs, they employ people, personal taxes, all of that then goes back into the economy that way. But also some of the personal property tax is kicked. I don't have that specific number, what that means.
And Keith, do you know about how many Camarillo residents are employed by the airport specifically? Do you have that number?
We don't have that.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next one is, I know this is touching on the JPA, and I know Councilmember Santangelo touched on it, but I just want to make sure the Joint Powers Agreement from 1976, that Exhibit B, number 6, it talks about airport development shall be guided to ensure that residential areas are not exposed to noise levels greater than 60 CNEL average noise and 90 dBA single event noise. So I live at Village at the Park, and I'm kind of in between two different flight paths, which is the base and then the airport. And so many times on my watch, it'll show, the danger, right? Like it's above 80, above 90. So this is not saying, and I know these questions were similar, but this is not saying, hey, like your watch is showing a one-time event of over this is a violation. Correct.
Correct. I don't think it's a violation. I certainly don't think that you would have the right as a homeowner to sue the county. Again, the homeowners are not signatories to the JPA. They're arguably not third-party beneficiaries to the JPA. And so it would be a question of whether or not the county is in breach of its commitment to the city of Camarillo. Again, I don't and can't read that provision as a promise that you will never record that little ear thing on your Apple Watch will not go off.
Okay. Have we ever had any violations of the weight limitations? The JPA on Exhibit B number 4, aircraft weight limitations, 115,000 pounds.
We haven't had a violation that I know of. We have had, like, for the air show, we have airplanes that come in for a one-time event. We have military airplanes that request. Most operators understand the limitation is not only tied to the JPA, it's also tied to what our pavements are designed for. So that's why we don't approve unless it's a special one-off for an air show or a one-off for a military event that we would allow that. But most operators see that in the publications as a pilot. You look at publications, look at the approaches, look at the pavement restrictions and those kinds of that. All that information is published for pilots, and they would look at that kind of information and call us and say, because they don't want to damage their airplane. So that's why we haven't had those.
Okay, thank you, Keith. And then just touching on, again, 1976 JPA agreement, Exhibit B number 2, where it indicates airport operating hours shall be between 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. What operating hours, how is that operationalized? How is that defined? I mean, does that mean that was quiet hours or just exclusive to takeoffs?
Well, I'm not sure how that was understood in the period between 1976 and 1980. I have been assuming that operating hours meant arrivals and departures, that the airport was closed, and that the conversation that occurred over the subsequent years, they tried to fine-tune that, and that's what resulted in the subsequent adoption by the county that it was closed to departures between midnight and 5 a.m. And I just want to make the point that I understand the community and the concern around arrivals. in the industry, there is the view that departures, not a view, but an understanding that departures are noisier than arrivals. And so it makes sense to me that there was some recalibration, that originally it was the airport is closed at night, and then, you know, the determination was made that that needed to be adjusted. I assumed at the time that they didn't know that law would be frozen in 1990, that they weren't able to predict that, and so they might have assumed that they would have additional opportunities to recalibrate and adjust the operating hours of the airport, and it just turned out that they didn't.
So now that we have the how it is right now is from 12 to 5, planes cannot depart, but anybody can arrive at any time.
Correct.
Correct. Does that have anything to do with we have some authority over the land, but not what happens up in the air, or that's just?
No, I think we all wish that the folks in 1980 had not adjusted the hours. The 1976 JPA, if it had stayed the way that it did and said that the airport is closed between 10 and 7, would have been a valid and enforceable pre-1990 grandfathered noise or access restriction.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are, there may be exceptions, you know, life flights, emergency flights, things like that. I mean, no one would probably want it to be closed for all purposes, but it is the case that there could be a valid rule that would apply to arrivals and departures.
Mm-hmm. And I know, I mean, I personally don't have this information, and I think that there's still a lot more that I don't know in terms of what was happening during that time that made people want to change the operating hours. But let's say hypothetically, if the city would want to advise the airport authority to try to go back to the 10 to 7, what process, what would that look like in terms of that process?
So there is a process. If you just open up the Code of Federal Regulations, you would see a process that allows the airport, and again, this would be something that would be, again, in theory, a follow-on to the Part 150 study. After the Part 150 study noise compatibility program is complete, if there was a recommendation coming out of that the curfew hours should be restored to the 10 to 7, there would be another study that would be required. We have been talking about Part 150.
Mm-hmm.
There is another FAA regulation called Part 161. It's just a couple rules down from Part 150. And a Part 161 study, as a follow-on study, would be required. That study would result in an application to the FAA. The FAA would review that application to for the county to adopt a more restrictive curfew. And what I shared before is I can say with certainty that the FAA would turn that down. They have not approved any applications under Part 161, and they would not approve one here because they would not say that there is a noise problem at this airport according to their way of calculating significant noise exposure. Again, not the community's way, but the FAA's way of calculating significant noise exposure. They would say that a further restriction of the curfew is not justified.
Okay. So it would require, the process would basically require evidence through these studies.
Correct.
To try to even apply.
Correct.
And that application, it would be still through the county, not through the city.
Correct.
Okay.
The FAA would only accept an application from the airport operator.
Okay. Got it. Would making that request, would that at all negatively impact our current JPA agreement? Like, would there be any risk in that?
Most communities that have something as precious as a pre-ANCA intergovernmental agreement or a pre-ANCA restriction leave it alone because they fear that any review might draw increased attention and scrutiny, and somehow, some way, something as important as a pre-ANCA noise rule might be called into question. So there are a handful of communities around the country that have these kinds of pre-ANCA grandfathered rules in place, and very few of them tinker in any way with what they have.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all that I have for now. Thank you very much.
Who wants to go? Councilmember Tennyson.
I'll be brief since my two fellow council members have asked most questions, but I'll ask Mr. Freitas a couple questions. I don't think he's been up at the podium long enough.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, in the event that the ALP is in fact approved by the FAA conditionally, and the airport is able to receive a grant for the runway renovation, will the runway be, even though narrower and 13 feet shorter, will the center line be in the same exact spot as it currently is?
It may be adjusted. That I can't tell you in detail yet, because we don't have a final design or proof. We're not that far along.
If it was adjusted and moved 50 feet further south, would that impact the flight path on arriving flights? Or is that 50 feet not enough?
Potentially, that's the direction it would go, would be south,
Okay.
which we would believe would be beneficial to everybody to start with. So we think so, but again, that's premature at this point. It would not go north.
Right. Once submitted to the FAA, what's the time frame you'd expect to get a response from the FAA on the conditional approval or the denial of the ALP?
In the ALP process?
Yes.
Typically, that's 6 months to a year, 6 months, more typical.
Okay. There was a comment about the Cloud9 hangar. Somebody read from the Cloud9 website. Is the hangar completely leased at this point? Are you aware?
My understanding is that 3 out of the 4 hangars are leased, and the 4th is part of the Channel Islands business that they have.
And with the hangars being the majority of them leased, how many additional jet aircraft has that brought to the Camarillo Airport?
Actually, and I'm just going off what the owners, operators communicated as we went through the process. Majority of them came from existing facilities on the airport. So they were sharing space at Sun Air, Air 7, some of the other facilities, and wanted their own space, as I think was read, for security and privacy reasons, so they could have their own airplanes in their own space. So majority of them were already on the airfield.
Did we have corporate operations move from another airport to the Camarillo Airport to lease space there that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, I think most of the questions have been asked, so I'll excuse you for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Kildee.
Yeah, thanks. I think my colleagues have done a really good job of asking a lot of the technical questions, so I'm going to kind of go off the cuff here, if you will, if you allow me to do that. So I just want to talk a little bit about the curfew from 12 to 5, and obviously the takeoffs are not the issue, it's the landing. And maybe this is a question for Keith. How are the jets alerted to the fact that, hey, you know, it's midnight, and, you know, I mean, there's a lot of people that like to sleep at midnight, and they like to try to get like a full night's sleep. So how are they alerted to the fact that, and I understand that, you know, a jet is not as nimble as a smaller plane. I get all that, and safety obviously is a huge priority, if not the most priority, but how are they alerted to the fact that, especially those that aren't from the area, which is, as I've heard, that they become, you know, good citizens and good pilots on this?
Right. So that was part of the program we developed, was hiring our communications and engagement manager to do these kinds of things full time and purchase flight tracking system. so that when we get a plane that comes in after hours, we can track down who it is, whether it's a based airplane or it's somebody coming from somewhere else, to make contact with those entities. Hey, and that's part of the program that that person has been hired to do, is help get the message out. Again, not only to our based airplanes, we've got 400 based airplanes in Camarillo, but all of those that do business in the area. So now we're going after those that manage airplanes and, you know, move executives into our community to do business, to communicate to them quiet hours, our preferred quiet hours. Hey, can you make adjustments in your operations and things like that?
Because that's an issue. I mean, it's a big issue here. I mean, as far as, I don't know how anybody else is in the room, but if I lose sleep, my day is not as good as it could be. So anything you can do to try to get that word out, I think it's important. That's just a statement on my part. As long as you're up there, Keith, are new jets getting quieter per se?
There's no question. When I started in the industry 30 plus years ago, you know, those that have been around for the air show, the F-18 that we had, that's how loud the Lear 20 series corporate airplanes operated at. And that was typically a stage 2. That's the category of noise that type engine was. They are now developing stage 5 level quiet engines. So we've talked about that, but those are definitely getting quieter. That doesn't mean I'm not up here saying that we don't still understand that those operations disrupt our community. We understand that. Doesn't matter what the FAA standards are. We understand those are things that we're going to be looking to adjust so that they don't happen if they don't have to happen.
And do you have any ideas what we can do right now, perhaps, to improve the situation?
I think we've already said is that communication piece. We're developing flyers and information for those pilots that operate, that are based at our airplanes, and then the approach path. That's there are raising the approach path, moving the flight path, producing visual approaches into the airport. Those are all things we already know we'll be working on for resolution.
And I believe I know the answer to this, but the 1976 agreement does not necessarily prohibit the size of aircraft, but it does prohibit the weight. Is that correct?
And that's the design of our pavements. If we allowed heavier airplanes, JPA aside, if we allowed heavier airplanes, they would just destroy our pavement. So that's why we don't approve them, along with what we agreed to do in the Joint Powers Agreement. And it's important to note that the current design, we talked about the runway length and the width shrinking, is the design airplane that we have right now is 99,500. So it's basically 100,000 pounds is what we will design our pavement. So below the 115,000 pounds.
Okay, thanks. Just have a couple of questions for Dan, if you will. Dan, you were saying that in 1990 they changed, you know, some of the criteria. Are they giving out any 1976 type agreements anymore? Are those being given out, for instance?
No, the point of the 1990 law was to stop doling out 1976 JPA type agreements. The express concern was things like the Camarillo Ventura County 1976 Joint Powers Agreement. And the concern was that communities in California and elsewhere in the country were creating all of their own separate rules on how the airport was going to operate, how these individual airports were going to operate. And it was creating what Congress believed to be what they called a patchwork quilt in the United States. And so what they did was strike a bargain to say that we will phase out these older, noisier jets across the country, but in exchange for that, we will cut off entirely the spigot of individual airport-specific noise and access restrictions. That was the bargain that was struck in 1990.
So the recommendation is to not open up further discussion on this, because quite frankly, it's kind of like a box of chocolates. You kind of don't know what you're going to get in there if you do. So it's best to say, look, we've got this agreement, and it's a pretty good agreement. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, it's a tactical choice for the city and the county. I am just sharing that the airport, that what this community has in the 1976 JPA is very important and very valuable. And that this community should be very mindful of anything that might call into question or impair in any way that 1976 JPA. And I'm not saying that a Part 161 study would necessarily. I'm saying it is a very important protection for the community, and I wouldn't want this community to do anything that would jeopardize that. And as a consequence, and I work for Denver International Airport, we also had a pre-1990 grandfathered intergovernmental agreement, and our view was that we would leave it well enough alone because we didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize it.
Okay, and we haven't finished our questioning here, but is there anything that we as council members, any question that we should have asked tonight that we didn't in all your 25 plus years of experience? Have we been somewhat, if not totally thorough at least? Is there anything that you can think that we're missing on this? Again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there anything out there that you think that should have been addressed that we have not at this point, knowing we're not finished with the questions, we still have, you know, we have very, very significant questions left, but is there anything at this particular point in the discussion?
Well, I'm tired, so I think you've been doing a very thorough job. But but I would just say there was a comment just made about the runway project, and it is important for the city to be mindful not just of the ALP, but that these individual projects do satisfy the requirements of the 1976 JPA. So we were here to try and unpack and explain what the ALP update means, but both the ALP update and the Part 150 study will have long tails associated with them as individual projects get implemented and individual noise abatement procedures and the like are considered after the Part 150 study. And I just don't want any of my comments to be viewed as suggesting anything other than constant vigilance on the part of the city to make sure that the county is satisfying the requirements, not just the spirit, but the letter of the 1976 JPA as it moves forward on all of these implementation measures. So it's not your failing, it probably is mine to have not said that up front and along the way.
Thank you. That's all I have right now, Your Honor.
Thanks. I think my colleagues have done a very good job of posing a lot of questions. I do want to pose some more, though, to you, Mr. Reamer, just because I want to make sure that I understand completely that I understand from both a realistic as well as from an accurate standpoint what the city can and cannot do, and what powers the city has and does not have. And it's particularly through a legal prism, because we have to represent all of our residents, and we need to represent them in an assertive way, but we also need to do it in a smart way as well. So I want to go back through a couple of things. The first one, I know that there have been assertions that there needs to be an environmental or health impact study done before the ALP before it's submitted, and that once the ALP is submitted, any leverage for implementing noise mitigation measures has been lost because the Part 150 noise study would be submitted at any time. And I think I'll just make these questions leading. My understanding is that's not accurate. It really doesn't matter. These are independent analyses, correct?
That is correct.
All right, let me just stay with the leading questions. Why not? What the heck, it's late. If I understand it correctly, the ALP update is a standalone, independent, short-term planning document with no relationship to the noise study, correct?
Correct. They both have a similar planning horizon. That is to say, the ALP is looking at a 5 to 7 year capital plan for the airport. The noise exposure maps also look out in a 5-year increment. So they're both based on the same forecast. They both have the same planning horizon, but they are otherwise entirely independent of each other.
Entirely distinct, right? I mean, if I were to reframe that statement is that they share in common a forecast.
Correct.
Whatever that may be, and of whatever utility that may be, and it's a forecast of the use of the airport over time, but that's it.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And the ALP update is a planning document, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it's really regarding the maintenance of the existing facilities, the safety operations, and forecasted improvements. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. The ALP does not in and of itself propose physical improvements requiring CEQA or NEPA review, CEQA on the California side, NEPA on the federal side, because those actual physical projects would require CEQA and or NEPA review at the time they are actually proposed, correct?
Not licensed to practice in the state of California. I'm not an expert on CEQA. I will say for purposes of federal NEPA environmental review, because the ALP will be approved on a conditional basis, that approval will specifically call out that implementation steps and federal funding would require additional FAA approval and additional environmental review.
Right, and there's a provision under CEQA, for example, that takes into account, at the time of specific project proposals, takes into account cumulative impacts. There's a concept under California law under CEQA. Does that same concept exist for NEPA?
There is a cumulative impacts requirement under NEPA. As you know, the CEQ, with the change in administrations, has been arguing for the last several years about cumulative impacts and the role that they play. But NEPA requires a consideration of direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts. Cumulative meaning the combined environmental consequences of the proposed action, along with reasonably foreseeable additional actions and projects within the same study area.
Right, when that specific project is being proposed.
Correct.
Okay. Not during a planning study.
No, to be clear, there are master plans where people will say, I'm just going to do it all now. I'm going to get the environmental clearance in connection with the master plan. That's not what is happening here.
But that's different. That's distinguishable.
That
right?
is not us.
That's not what we have here.
I'm just saying that's the way some airports deal with it. That's not the way this airport is.
Okay. And is my understanding correct that the county is not obligated to construct improvements simply because the improvements are depicted in an FAA-approved ALP update?
Correct. The county owns the airport. They decide what improvements. They have an obligation to maintain pavements, for example. The county does not have an obligation to improve the airport. They decide, as the airport owner and operator, what improvements to make and when.
Okay. And if I remember correctly on your slide, I don't have the wording. I'm not asking to put the slide back up. But if I understood it correctly, the FAA reviews the noise study independently of the ALP update, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions that the FAA may make are unaffected. No, let me back up. Any decisions the FAA might make with respect to the noise study are not affected by whether the ALP update has been approved or not.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So now we're talking about what you said a few minutes ago in terms of the sequencing of these studies, and I'm looking at this from what you have indicated, and I believe you said that it doesn't matter what sequence the studies go in with respect to this leverage issue, right?
I feel that way strongly, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing to be gained then, if you follow that logic. And remember, you're our special counsel who's responsible only to us, only to the city is your duty. There's nothing to be gained by waiting to submit the ALP update with the noise study, if I'm understanding that logic.
I'm sorry, what do you, with the noise study?
Yeah. Is there anything to be gained? I mean, there's been a premise that's been floated here, that the ALP update ought to be held in abeyance until such time all these other studies are done. I'm concerned about the underlying premise of that assertion, and I don't think it's accurate based on what you've said. Am I understanding you correctly?
I don't think the premise is correct. I don't think it matters. I don't think it benefits the city to change the sequence. I think the premise may have been that the FAA's approval of the ALP meant that they were going to give the money, that the projects were going to take place, that it was kind of clearance to, you know, a big pot of money and the ability to turn dirt. And I think that premise is wrong as to what the FAA's approval of the ALP means.
Okay, that's one of the issues that I've been struggling with. It was that premise. So switching gears just slightly, if you want to go back then to the original curfew hours, ultimately, eventually you'd need FAA approval.
Correct.
For that, right? But what you're telling me, and that would be done principally through some sort of subsequent Part 161 study.
Correct.
But in your experience, over 25 years, the FAA has never approved that, correct?
It's just an objective fact that the FAA has never approved. There have been a few instances of airports that have tried. There are very few applications that have been submitted because you can read the rule and see how high the bar is. And it has dissuaded airports and communities from even submitting an application. But in the years since ANCA was enacted, the FAA has not approved any applications for noise or access restrictions that were subject to the rule.
Okay. My understanding is that the city does not have the legal right or the power to place restrictions on air traffic operations. Am I correct?
Correct.
I also understand the city does not have the legal right or power to implement mandatory modifications to FAA flight management procedures. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. Does the county of Ventura
No.
have the legal right, let me finish,
Sorry.
in either one of those instances to place those restrictions?
No, the county does not have the legal right to impose mandatory flight procedures. The county has the power to continue to promote voluntary noise abatement procedures, and they do, but the county does not have the power to either impose or compel the FAA to impose changes in mandatory flight procedures.
So in the legal world that we live in, that's really the jurisdiction of the FAA, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
So that's something that I've got to factor in terms of what is realistic for the city to attempt to do. Let me back up on that one. Is it realistic to believe that the city has the power to mandate any of those restrictions?
No, the city has no power to do
Okay.
so.
Okay. Let me go back through a couple of things. I believe you said earlier, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. You were asked, there was a slide that says, what is the legal effect of the noise limits in the 1976 agreement? And I believe, did I understand this correctly? You said it's not to be understood as a restriction on aircraft operations, which would have been preempted in 1976 and are preempted today. Am I correct?
Correct.
We had a lot of speakers talk about this 400% increase. I'm sorry, can you just give us your observations on what the efficacy of that 400% increase figure is? Because I'm still struggling trying to understand the premise.
Well, I think what people are saying is constitutes a 400% increase is the forecast increase in both jet and turboprop operations between today and the end of the planning horizon in 2042. So again, I think it's important to understand that that is not a that's not a promise or a commitment, and it's not jets. It doesn't take into account any constraints that the facility might impose. It is what you can ask the county, but I read the forecast to be what's known as an unconstrained forecast. It doesn't take into account the limitations of the physical facility. Typically, in a master plan, you do the forecast first, and then you decide what improvements do I need to make in order to accommodate the forecast traffic. That's not what the county did here. The county is pursuing an airport layout plan that, for at least in the short term, that largely keeps the physical facilities of the airport the same. It doesn't project a lengthening of the runway or an increase in the facilities. There are, as the airport director indicated, there are some additional hangars, but every airport has its own natural constraints. And so I think the idea that jet and turboprop operations will increase by 400% in 2042 is just, I mean, nobody knows, but I think it is not, it should not be taken as a kind of prediction that in 2042 there will be a 400% increase in jet and turboprop.
Okay. Wrapping up here, and thank you for that. I've heard suggestions, at least inferences, that the county is causing a breach of the 1976 agreement because of asserted or alleged noise, and not to minimize the noise exceedance, but because of these noise exceedances. And I think you spoke a little while ago to whether property owners would have standing with respect to that issue, correct?
Yes.
And it was, you spoke a little while ago on that, right? And the property owners, if I understand it correctly, would not have standing to assert.
Well,
that,
I
right?
think in a contract dispute,
legally.
In a contract dispute, I wouldn't call it standing. I would say they are not third-party beneficiaries to the joint
Okay.
powers agreement.
Okay, all right. But putting you on the spot, and not with respect to property owners, but with respect to the city of Camarillo, in your view, is there some form of breach of agreement that's currently occurring, which would provide an actionable legal basis for the city to sue for a breach?
Well, the runway is 13 feet too long, but other than that, the airport, the runway is the length that's prescribed.
Right.
The airport is operated for general aviation aircraft, and I know there's been some talk about that, but general aviation generally includes all of the aircraft that use the airport today.
Right.
The weight restriction is 115,000. They, as far as I can tell, airport development has been guided by the 90 dBA and 60 CNEL, and the traffic pattern is what is represented. Now, the curfew is not the curfew, but again, the curfew seems to be implemented in the way as the JPA restrictions were amended. So when I look at those 6 restrictions, I think the county, and again, this is a difference from the county a few years ago disavowing the JPA in large part.
Right.
But I think the way that the county is sort of implementing the 1976 JPA is not a breach. I think they are complying with the requirements of the agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Don't have any further questions now. So why don't we go to our individual thoughts on this? Unless anybody has any more questions for either Mr. Reamer or Ms. Dana or Mr. Freitas. Well, I know that Councilmember Santangelo and I, serving on the Airport Authority, wanted to hear from everybody here tonight. I know that we want to hear from our council colleagues on how we should be proceeding. And so, does anybody want to take the plunge and start us off with that? Councilmember Tennyson.
I just want to thank, even though most of them are gone, the community members that showed up here. This is local governance in action. Your city council has heard your complaints. Your city council has taken them seriously, hence the public hearing on the airport tonight. I think the staff presentation was very thorough, and I think it help dissuade some of the misinformation that's out there about what authority that the city actually has in determining curfew hours, number of aircraft at the airport, things like that. I guess from my standpoint, what I do is encourage our 2 appointed members of the Airport Authority to keep their foot on the gas and represent the citizens of Camarillo and let them know that our residents want answers to these problems. We understand that it's going to be a timely proposition, but I'd ask the mayor and Councilmember Santangelo to continue to forcefully express the feelings of our residents, not just in Old Town, but in other parts of the city, and encourage the Department of Airports to continue down the track of reaching out to the community, of educating the community, more importantly, to educating our pilots, our FBO operators on the importance of flying friendly and keeping Camarillo in mind, the people that live here in mind. So that would be my request of the 2 council members that serve on the Airport Authority to continue to focus on those issues.
Who wants to be next? Vice Mayor Khalid?
Yeah, I'll say. That was well said. I think what I'm hearing, you know, whether we like this or not, we got a chair with 4 legs here, okay? We have the FFA, we have the county, we have the city, and then we have our residents, okay? And all of us need to work together on this. You know, it was said hundreds of years ago that no person is their own island, and we're not. We need to work together on this. And I think as Councilmember Tennyson and my other colleagues up here have said, that our representatives on the airport, and I've been a representative in the past on the airport too, how important that 1976 agreement is, and we have to make sure and be very vigilant that the county follows it. There was a time not too long ago that was, I don't want to say an issue, but it was, the thread was not as thick as it could have been. And now that thread has been improved here as far as that agreement. What Mr. Reimer have said, that how important that is, that agreement, because they're not really giving any more of those out now, or if they're going to give any, it's going to be extremely difficult. So that's really important. So our representatives, and they change. We change representatives yearly oftentimes. So in the future and now, we need to make sure that they advocate for that 76 agreement, and kind of simply put, that I look not what we can't do, but what can we do right now. And it's kind of simple here, but man, let's get the pilots knowing that are landing that, hey, come on, man. You know, when you're landing, you know, from midnight to 5, there's people trying to sleep here. Let's at least see if we can improve that somewhat. Maybe I'm naive in that. I think we can improve. That's something we can do right now. Now, I know a lot of the other stuff that we talked about is going to take a long time to do this, and we all know the bureaucracy of government. You know, it takes 2 weeks, you know, to find the person that's going to tell you it's going to take another 3 months. We understand that. That's the way it is. But let's do what we can do right now to improve this situation. And there may be some things that we can do that haven't even been, you know, discussed here tonight. But I'm going to ask our representative this year to as you know, Councilmember Tennyson has said, keep the foot on the gas. And you're very, very confident people here. They understand what the issue is here, and I have a lot of confidence in their ability to try to improve this situation. And that's one of these where we had this forum tonight, this agendized. We brought in an expert on this. We had the county representative here. We hear you, and we want to do what we can do within the confines of what the city can do, and that's basically the 76 agreement, to make sure that it's binding, it's operational, and they're following it. So that would be my suggestion to our representatives here on the Airport Authority. I want to thank everybody for being here. It was late, and I've always said about government, it's kind of like making sausage. You know, it's kind of messy, but hopefully at the end result is that hopefully we can get some movement on this and improve the situation. That's my hope.
Councilmember Martinez-Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto and ditto. First of all, thank you to our community members for being here and for showing that you care. I think that is something that is very important to me. The quality of life for those who live in this city is very important to me. And I do live on the 2 flight paths at Village at the Park. I think the very, very loud noise that I hear from the jets, I think that may be coming more from the base. And I know that as council, we did ask for someone to come and just provide a report on an update from there. But we also get the noise from the airport. And so I do empathize with our community members, and I am worried about the sleep disturbance. We know that there are some pretty significant psychological effects when you are disturbed from sleep. I don't know if those who made the rules from the FAA, I can imagine that maybe none of them were moms with young children, because if that was the case, I think I personally would want to just have quiet hours at least, reasonable quiet hours from 10 to 7. So not only like revert it back, but for it to be completely quiet during that time. You know, it sounds like that is not something that we can do, or I would be worried about putting our agreement into jeopardy in any way. So that is a concern that I do have with that. I do want to thank our attorney. I know you said you were tired, but I really appreciate the time that you took to fully explain everything. And to our staff member, Michelle, Deanna, thank you for your excellent presentation as well. Thank you, Keith Freitas, as well. I know that the relationship with a former director was not as positive as this one, and I really appreciate where we are, you know, with the city's relationship and yours at the moment. I also appreciate the business owners and their perspectives. The airport does contribute to the public safety of this community. We talked about, or it was talked about, how there is, you know, significant impact in terms of when there are fires. And I know that Edison, I believe, has an airplane or a helicopter there too, that helps with that. So I think it's really about finding this balance. I personally, yes, I learned a lot. There was a lot of information out there that was misinformation, that was incorrect. I believe our community members did the best that they could, that you did the best that you could, and as we were trying to do the best that we could. But I'm glad that we were able to bring in our expert to address some of these questions. And so what I personally would like to see is, I think it is important to continue to stay vigilant. So my advice would be to continue to look at every development that comes to the airport, any proposed development, and to really make sure that we're not violating the JPA agreement. And if there's any concern that we possibly may be, to communicate that to council immediately, and we can bring in our expert attorney as well. I would really, I think would be very, very helpful to have like frequently asked questions coming from the city of Camarillo. There was a lot that was discussed here, a lot that we learned, and our community members, I think if we can give them that information at the tip of their hands. I know this is a lot of work that can go into reviewing this entire meeting, but I think a lot of the questions were kind of repetitive and it touched on the same issues. So I personally would like to see that as an action. And I know we also have a distribution list. Staff mentioned we have a distribution list of about 1,200. I think the more information, the correct information that we can get out would be very helpful for the overall health of our community, because we know that misinformation and then further disinformation, when that's done on purpose, can be very hurtful, and we even saw during the pandemic how it could be deadly. So I think it's so important for all of us to work together, and I personally want to continue to hear what these concerns are so that we can continue to address them. I do hope, I think I'm also kind of hopeful, as Councilmember Kildee stated, you know, I think it is important to bring in pilots who are flying these jets like really late into the night and waking up our community members. I am really concerned about that piece specifically. And I've also heard community members who have, stated that their babies are waking up in the middle of the night. And as a mom, I know when my kids were younger, that was just the worst. And I am concerned with the impact of the quality of life. If I were to put this on a Christmas list, I personally would also like to see some research studies in terms of the impact on our health, not only just the noise, but the actual impact on our health. And that includes both mental health and physical health. There are reviews of studies, and I did some of that research. So some of that may be, we may come out with the same type of information, but we are a county where we are, we do have other risks, right? We receive the most pounds of pesticides in comparison to the entire state of California was the last research that I had done. So I think prioritizing our health, and if I were to put that again on a wish list, if we can somehow look into that, look into possibly looking at some grants to look into some of those variables, I think that would be very important to me and to our community and to our children, which are the next generation. So that is all that I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Centeno?
Is this where I tell myself what I'm supposed to be doing? I just want to make some general comments. I don't need a noise study. I don't need any other studies to tell me that there's a noise problem here with the air traffic. You have been heard. I have heard you. So I just want you all to know that. I know that there is a noise problem. And like I said, I don't need to wait for a noise study to tell me that there is one. I've heard you. If I could flip a switch, honestly, and make it better, I would. It's not in my power or my capabilities to do that. I wish it were. But I can commit to you that I will continue to work with the mayor as we sit on the airport authority and continue to keep what did Vice Mayor say? Keep my foot on the gas. But I think I want to say something too. I really trust in the airport staff, especially coming off of what we came off of before Mr. Freitas joined us. There were some really tenuous times before that the airport really could have gone in a different direction. So I'm really happy that we have Mr. Freitas here to help guide us and to help listen to the community and do what we want to do with this airport. I can't make any promises, and I can't make any promises about when things are going to get better, But I'm just asking you to please, please trust in us and trust that we're doing our very best. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you to everybody for coming tonight. Thank you for continuing to share your opinions. I know I've met with a group of Old Town residents, just like Susan did some time ago. I think if you were to ask Mr. Freitas, you will find that every time I speak with him, I talk to him about this issue in terms of advocacy. So I get it. It was very helpful to have this discussion tonight, because as a city council and as a city, we have to exist within the rule of law, and we have certain constraints that affect us. Some people may not like it, but we have a rule of law, and we have specific constraints that we have to operate under, on the one side. On the other side, I think it's my duty to advocate on behalf of city residents. And you're all part of the city. And like Councilmember Santangelo, I don't need a study to tell me that there's an issue here that needs to be addressed. Supervisor Long said in an email to a resident some time ago, I'm just going to quote from it because I think it's correct. I'll paraphrase. There has no doubt been an increase in jet traffic over the past few years just based on market forces. That's why I supported and directed our new airport administrator to move forward with a Part 150 noise study to look at the problem, provide public input, and hopefully come up with solutions that the FAA can approve on approach changes that will give some relief to those who live in the direct flight path to the airport. And I think that's an accurate statement. The Airport Authority is advisory. We've talked, we don't need to go through it again in terms of what the jurisdictional constraints are. And it's the Board of Supervisors that has the ultimate decision-making authority on this. But I'm not trying to pass the buck. It's our job as council members, in my view, to advocate for your interests. And I'm committed to doing that. I take that very seriously. I already am, as I think Mr. Freitas would tell you. Every time we have this conversation, I'm talking to him about it in a very keeping the foot on the gas method. And I like what Mr. Tennyson said. And that's what we have to do. I think within the constraints that we're operating under, I would like to have this problem addressed today, tomorrow. Is that realistic? No, not within the constraints that we're operating under. But is it realistic to continue to keep our foot on the gas and to go as quickly as we can and as expeditiously as we can to try to address the issues? Yes, it is. So that's the way to move forward. It's unfortunate that processes take time. They do. But I think that the time to do this is fast approaching it. And it's within the context of the noise study. And it's within the context of the approach path analysis. And there may be other ways that we can do this. And, just the fact that we have special counsel retained, and we made him tired tonight. But no, in all seriousness, just the fact that we have Mr. Reamer with 25 years of experience, who is our special counsel, advising our council, and it's only us that he owes a fiduciary duty to, not to the county, but to us, the city, which includes you as residents, that to me speaks volumes that we've done that. And we rely on him for his good advice. And I have a lot of trust and confidence in what Mr. Reamer says and how he interprets the legal constraints that we have to operate under as a city. He's our independent expert. He has a duty only to us. There's been an assertion, and it's not even inferential. It's been this outright assertion that somehow the city council is prioritizing private jet owners over the noise emissions and quality of life impacts on our community's health and safety. I reject that. That's not true. That is not true. We are also, and to be realistic and to be accurate, we have to operate within some constraints. you've heard, I think, all of us say, we're committed to, I could have said ditto, keeping our foot on the gas and going for solutions on this. So I hear everybody's comments loudly and clearly. I appreciate them. I heard your comments. This is the reason why we wanted to have this meeting tonight, is so that we could get all of the facts out on the table, all of the issues that we are laboring under, and have this kind of a conversation. And Councilmember Santangelo and I, as members of the Airport Authority, hear everybody's views and get our marching orders as we move forward. So thanks again for being here. Thanks for participating in this. I know that there's a lot more work to be done. I believe there is a workshop on the noise study, which is going to be in early June, I believe. It's either June 2 or June 3. I know that's on the county airport's website. June 3rd. Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I know there's an Airport Authority meeting tomorrow night. I would encourage you to come to the Airport Authority meeting and express your views. So we continue to keep our foot on the gas, our feet on the gas. And with that, that's all I've got. And we're going to go ahead and bring this matter to a close with thanks to all of you for participating tonight. We have just 2 more very short things to do, but I wouldn't blame you if you got up and headed out now. But again, it's just very short. Do we have any closed session report, Ms. Richmond, for tonight?
Yes, we were in closed session this evening, and there was no reportable action taken this evening. Thank
All right,
you.
and then finally, having brought this item M to a conclusion, we want to adjourn tonight in the memory of Ron Harrington. And Vice Mayor Kildee, do you have a couple of comments on
Yeah, I'd
Mr.
like
Harrington?
to, if you allow me, Ron Harrington was a really good friend of mine. And he never claimed to be born and bred in Camarillo. He's actually a Valley boy, but he spent well over 30 years here, and he married a very good friend of mine, Valerie, his wife, that I went to school with. And Ron was the kind of guy that everybody was a friend as far as Ron was concerned. Ron's the kind of guy that if more people were like Ron, we wouldn't have any wars, and most, if not everybody, would get along. And he was one of the most positive people that I met, and he always asked, how's the city doing? How's the city doing? And really loved being a resident here. And he died far too young, but he left an impact. And he's going to be missed, and I know personally I'm going to miss Ron quite a bit. One of the most easygoing, positive people that I ever met, and he epitomizes what truly a very overused word in our vocabulary, but he was just a really good person. So I thank my colleagues for allowing us to adjourn in the memory of Ron Harrington.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kildee, and we'll go ahead and adjourn in Mr. Harrington's memory with thanks again to everybody for being here tonight and having this civil conversation and civil discourse, which is so important as we work together moving ahead with, I think, our feet on the gas. I won't say foot on the gas, feet on the gas. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.